you sons of bitches.
I said I tell them, Bozza selector. I said I tell them, Bozza selector. I said I tell them, Bozza selector. I said I tell them, Bozza selector.
Let me see you shake that thing. Let's dance. Let me see what you got.
Okay, stop. Stop. No more fun. No more fun. Down to business. Ooh. Bit more gain on the mic. Woo. Oh. That was fun. I enjoyed that one. Oh, that's a lot of gain, isn't it? Oh. So much gain. So much light in my face, so much gain. So much light in my face, so much gain. There we go. Ooh. How are we? Let's get some lo-fi chill on. We're gonna have to calm down. I know you're all really excited after that, but we're gonna have to just calm ourselves down with some lo-fi now. Lo-fi girl. Oh, nice. All right, let's chill out. Well, we have a little chat, you know, just to get settled. We've got a level head beer, session IP to start us off. A little bit more of a pour left in there. Nice. Bit quiet. What's a bit quiet? You know what Streamlabs went and did? It went and reset. I lost all of my scenes in Streamlabs. So I've had to re-add all of my scenes, all of my bloody audio inputs. It should all be the same though. Are you okay, Moon? I am wonderful. I'm gonna move this camera. Bo Selectory. I've not seen that in a while. I know looking back on it now, some of the jokes in it are a bit from memory. I've not watched it. Naked chicken skating. What are you talking about? It was a different time. And the guy that did that show, all I ever see him doing nowadays is fucking gambling adverts on ITV. Sold out, man. He's sold out. Foxy Bingo! Oh, I just want to punch him in the face, to be honest. Is that a samurai on screen? What are you talking about? He's a very good artist. Are you talking about the Keith Lemon guy? What's his real name again? I forgot. I can tell you what I've been up to. This is the personal news section of the stream. Lee Francis, that's his real name, yeah. Not as good as Chunky Mark. There's nowhere to go after you've done blackface but gambling adverts. Yeah, maybe not. There was a Keith Lemon film? Actually, it really doesn't surprise me that there was a Keith Lemon film. It doesn't surprise me at all. Just wanted to say you've inspired me to learn music production and then guitar with my music friends next week. Oh, that's so cool. Love that. Are we going to talk about Biden's hurricane gun? Oh man, all of it. All of it. Craig David. We've also got a new Rutherford Ford video to watch. Maybe we'll watch it when we need some eye bleach. It's not technically Rutherford Ford, it's just a mega mix. It's a mega mix of different flood car videos from around the UK. Weren't they like legit saying they should like nuke the hurricane at one point? Like that would work. What have I been up to this week? This is meant to be my section where I talk about what I've been up to. It's all about me. Oh yeah, Trump said that when he was president. They should nuke the hurricanes. What have I been up to? I have been working on... Well, I'm still in talks about the clitoris musical thing with Nebula. Other than that, I've been looking at the Lucy Letby case because it's like... Honestly, I wasn't expecting so much shit to come out in the Thirlwall inquiry, but so much is just coming out. Like, it's insane. The amount of stuff that's coming out about it. As in, like, the stuff that's making her look innocent. I know some of you might disagree with me, but this is a subject that really seems to split people down the middle, and it doesn't really matter like what your political leaning is. You either think she's guilty or you think she's innocent, and it doesn't really matter like whether you're left or right ring, whether you have a white ring or not. Oh god, only one beer in. But yeah, no, I'm siding with some Tories on this one. It's awful. I'm siding with a few Tories. And a few left-wing people as well. There's no solid evidence any child was actually murdered. Absolutely, there is not. Heartbreaking, the worst person you know just made an excellent point. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a Tory called Sir David Davis. He's very outspoken about the whole thing. He's like read all of the documents. He's like deep diving. He's like a true crime girly at the minute. David Davis is. Peter Hitchens, another massive Tory. He left the Tory party, Peter Hitchens, because they weren't Tory enough for him. That's how Tory he is. Nadine Dorris. She doesn't think that she's guilty. Nadine Dorris. I'm supposed to take David Davis seriously. I mean, unfortunately, I agree with him on this. He's like a proper, like, career Tory, is Sir David Davis. But he's, like, been a backbencher pretty much the whole time. I don't think he's ever had an actual position. I don't think. So saw a thumbnail earlier on saying Peter Hitchens saying no one should trust MI5 because it's a Blairite secret service. Is this true? Also, can we investigate Peter Hitchens? Yeah, so David Davis was like a big Brexit guy. But I think he fell out with a lot of other Tories over Brexit because they weren't doing Brexit in the way that he wanted to do Brexit. It was after the whole, like, Chequers debacle that he was like, no, this isn't Brexity enough for me. Broken Tories are right twice a day. He wanted Brexit harder, he did. Peter Hitchens is scared of bicycles. I didn't know that. David Davis is ex-SAS, but looks like an accountant. I didn't know he was ex-SAS. David Davis lives in your village. Oh, God. Is he your MP, then? The story's wild though. I mean, I won't go far into it right now, but like just to talk about the stuff that I've found this week about it. Let's pour another beer. We also have a visitor to the stream already. Hello, Brooklyn. Hello, Brooklyn. Hello. Oh, he is so warm. He's been lying next to the radiator in the corner of the room, and he's kindly brought some of that heat over to me. Has the beer been badly poured yet? There was one right at the beginning of the stream, but I'm about to do another. We're gonna go for this one. Hop Hut IPA. Summer Slam. 5.5%. It has taste notes of citrus, orange peel, and mango. I'm not really into like fruity beers normally. Alright, enough with the warm pussy jokes. Lovely. Nice. Good 2/3 there, I'd say. Oh yeah, I was going to show you this, right? Main screen. So, like, this is some of the Thirlwall inquiry. I can't even say it properly. Basically, the Thirlwall inquiry is looking into how a baby serial killer was able to get away with murdering babies in the NHS under the guise of being a nurse on a neonatal ward for years, because she just got found guilty after a 10-month trial of murdering babies. 7 attempted murders, 7 actual murders she is found guilty of. There were more. Basically, this is like this is a little bit of the shift rota they used in the trial. She was there for all suspicious events, all 25 of them. Some of these rows are all of these rows are incidents. Some of them are the same baby, but with different incidents. And some of them are like, there's a pair of twins here and a pair of triplets here as well. So that's what the police drew up to try and make it look like it was her who was doing it, because she was the only one present for all of these suspicious events. Basically, what they didn't take into account was how likely it was for Lucy Letby to be on shift regardless. Brooklyn. And they didn't take into account how likely it was for the babies to collapse regardless. Like, even if there was no baby murder around, how likely would it be that a baby would collapse anyway when you take other factors into account? Has there been more baby deaths at the hospital after Letby was arrested? So she got moved off the ward when they got suspicious of her, but at the same time they moved her off the ward, they also downgraded the unit, so they weren't taking in so they were only taking in babies that weren't so premature. So they did 2 things at once. They took her off the ward and they downgraded the unit. So obviously we don't know. Like, it could just be because they downgraded the unit that the baby deaths went down. But from like everything that we know, that the ward that she was on and the hospital that she worked in was like massively underfunded. There were multiple reviews before the police got involved that said there's no suspicion of Lucy Letby, but your hospital as a whole is very underfunded, and like it's very understaffed all the time. The unit that she worked in was built in 1974, and the way that they build neonatal units now is different to how they built them back then, because they generally keep the babies more like further apart now, because they know that infections can spread really easily now. So like the babies are too close together in this ward, and it's just a really old building. It's so old that the sewage backs up in the sinks constantly. So they had a problem with sewage backing up in the sinks, and obviously that means that, you know, there's pathogens flying around in the ward. Since the Thirlwall inquiry, we've found out that they did actually find an outbreak of something that happened while all of these deaths were happening, which could easily be the reason for all of the deaths. The reviews also found that nurses were too stressed all the time. They were working really long shifts. They had no support, so they were supposed to have the support of doctors, but they felt too scared to call for help from doctors because they knew that the doctors were like really busy, so they just felt bad calling for the doctors' help. Collapses were more likely to happen at night when there were less staff on the shift. Lucy Letby lived near the hospital, and she was more likely to take on a night shift because she lived nearby and she just wanted work, so she took on as many shifts as possible. Loads of them were at night when babies were more likely to collapse. It's just statistics. Even though they said that they weren't using statistics in a trial, the way that this investigation was done, it inevitably involved statistics. This was in the UK. Not too far from me, in Chester. But yeah, basically we've had the Tories, well, not anymore, but we had the Tories since 2010. They went full blast with austerity. They took loads of money out of the NHS. All of this happened in 2015 to 2016. We'd had 5 years of Tory austerity. This hospital was struggling, and they were looking for reasons as to why all of these babies were dying. But there's two theories. There's one theory, from the people who think that she's innocent, there's two main theories. There's one that one theory is that the consultants who essentially, well, framed her intentionally did so because they were trying to cover up failings in the hospital. Or there's another theory is that they were just genuinely mistaken, and they just once they saw the pattern, they just got a bad case of confirmation bias, and then they just kept on looking for things that backed up what they already thought. And I think it's the second one. I don't think they intentionally framed her. I just think that they got a really bad case of confirmation bias, and once they saw the pattern that they thought was there, they just kept on looking for more information to like back up that pattern that they'd seen. And it's an easier and simpler thing to like see than loads of systemic problems at the hospital, which there was. We know there was now. She didn't admit to killing them in her diaries. No, she wrote down a lot of things in her diaries. She wrote things like, I didn't do anything wrong. Because you got to realize that she was under a hell of a lot of pressure. She had consultants above her. Like, she was only 25 when all of this was happening. And she was a few years into her job, like her dream job. And she had all these consultants above her saying either she was like just really bad at her job, which is why the babies were dying on her watch, or she was like somehow intentionally harming them. And they started by implying to her that she was just really bad at her job. So she was saying things like, oh God, like I am evil, I did this because I'm so bad at my job, is what she was like initially being told by these consultants. And she was also saying things like, I hate myself, I want to kill myself right now. All of this stuff. And then obviously when it gets to, like, when it escalates to, actually, I think you're intentionally murdering these babies, obviously it's just going to get even worse. yeah. So I also, when this all first came out in the press, I also just thought, wow, she's guilty. I also saw like the diary entries and I was like, wow, that's a confession. Wow, look at that shift rotor. I mean, that's just obvious evidence. But when you look at everything in context, none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. When you look at it in context and how they gathered all of the evidence, you begin to see that all the police were doing, they had their hypothesis and they were working backwards from it. And I like, from my last video, that's all I was researching, was the way that people use like statistics to manipulate other people. And it's not always intentional. Like a hell of a lot of the time it's done completely innocently. But we do it without realizing, because what our brains generally do is we get a feeling of something, and then what we'll do is we'll work back from that feeling and we'll find facts to back up whatever that feeling is. And that's all that's all I can see that the doctors and the police were working with each other to do. They had this theory, and all they were doing was working backwards from it to try and find evidence to back up their theory. There's definitely reasonable doubt there. Thing is, what she needs is like, well, she's obviously had a 10-month trial. A jury found her guilty of 6 murders in that one, but they couldn't come to a decision on one other murder. Obviously there were the 7 attempted murders as well, but they had a retrial for baby K this year. And basically they discovered before this retrial that the door swipe data in the original trial, the original 10-month trial, they discovered that all of the door swipe data was wrong. So when the jury were told that they were going into the neonatal unit, they were actually going out. And when it said they were actually going out, they were actually going in. So all of the door swipe data during the 10-month trial was wrong. So the information about where people were on the ward during each incident was wrong. So, but basically, the CPS decided that this information wasn't enough to warrant an entire retrial, because they basically decided that it was such a small aspect of the case as a whole that if the jury had not had that information, they still would have found her guilty. Like, they just decided that. They were just like, oh, well, it wouldn't have changed the verdict. So before her retrial on baby K, they swapped the door swipe stuff so that it was correct. And they still found her guilty. This is just on one baby though. And also, during the retrial of baby K, the jury were allowed to use the information that she was already a convicted serial killer of babies in their conviction. So like, obviously they were going to find her guilty anyway. It would have been a fucking miracle if they'd found her not guilty of baby K using the information that she was already convicted of 6 murders. Like, what a fucking waste of time. Anyway. So, there's so much to say. There's so much to say about this. But anyway, since since then, she and her lawyer, her original lawyer, went through the appeals process. In their appeal, they basically said that Dr. Dewey Evans, who was the lead prosecution witness, they basically said that he was not qualified enough to give evidence, and that all of his evidence was dogmatic and biased, which it was, but basically the court rejected that appeal basis because they basically said, well, it was down to the jury to decide whether they thought that he was too dogmatic and biased in his evidence. Which you can say fair enough. Thing is, there's been loads of medical expert witnesses who have come out now. Now it's all come out in the press. They've all come out now to say that all of the evidence against her, all of the medical evidence against her was wrong. There are very viable other theories as to why these babies collapsed that are not murder. There are viable other theories for all of the collapses, every single one. But the thing is that the defense, they didn't pull up any medical experts in defense. So they were presented with the prosecution expert witnesses' theories on why the babies died, but they couldn't compare that with another expert witness saying they could have died this way. All they had was Lucy Letby's lawyer, defense lawyer, basically saying all he could do was like argue and say all of your evidence is biased and some of it's contradictory. He just tried to argue with himself, basically. There were no like actual medical doctors saying this is another way that the baby could have died. But the thing is, it's very difficult to get expert witnesses to appear at a trial for a possible baby murderer, because that could be a career ender, basically. It doesn't look very good on your CV if you're like, I defended a baby. I used my expertise to defend a baby killer. So the defense team didn't call anyone. They had someone there to call. They had one doctor, but they didn't call him for some reason. For one of the babies, baby C, they've now realised that Lucy Letby was not there when they took the x-ray, the post-mortem x-ray, which showed an air bubble in his stomach. Lucy Letby had not been on shift since before this baby had been born. But she was there when the baby died, and Dr. Dewey Evans said this baby died of this air bubble in its stomach. That's probably because she injected it and put it there, when that's literally impossible. And he found that out at the trial, and then he changed his mind about how she must have killed him then. He basically said, I don't know how she killed him then, but clearly she did because she was there when he died. It's mad. But like, I could talk for hours about the details of this case. But like, overall, I think what it's revealing is that basically Lucy Letby, her only chance now is to go to the CCRC because her appeal got rejected. by the court. Her only option now is the CCRC. So she's got a new lawyer, and he's working up a new appeal to the CCRC so they can try and get back to the appeals process, and then she might get another trial. But basically, like, overall, I think what this is sort of revealing is that the justice system really favours finality, whereas the scientific academics, everyone who, like, knows how science works, basically, they don't favour finality. They kind of know that there's no finality. But very rarely there is finality. Like, science quite often throws up more questions than it does answers. And the justice system really loves having an answer. And that's where the big conflict is there. And I think there's loads of problems with how the justice system uses expert witnesses. And these two types of experts in the justice system and in science, they don't know how to talk to each other. They don't know how to communicate. So that's why the statisticians desperately trying to tell them that that's not how you should have done this case. That's not how you get to an unbiased answer. They're desperately trying to tell them that, but all of the lawyers are like, no, but we did it properly. Like, what do you mean? The doctor walked in on her actively ignoring a child collapsing. What's the explanation there? Well, so that was Dr. Ravi Jayaram, who said that he caught her virtually red-handed, which I don't know what that even means. Yeah, I'm working on the script, but I think a draft version of it's going to end up on Patreon for a while, because I don't think I'm going to be able to be done with this until the Thirlwall inquiry's over, which is going to be quite a few months, probably at the end of the year. So I'm going to pop her. What I'm probably going to do is pop a draft version on Patreon for now and have a proper thing released another time when all of this drama's over and done with. But yeah, with that baby that was supposedly found red-handed, basically Ravi Jayaram said that no alarm was going off. The baby was collapsing. Lucy was stood there not doing anything, and the alarm on the monitor was going off. So his recollection of the event doesn't even match another person's recollection of that event, because there is a nurse who said that she recalls that same event, and she said that the monitor was going off, whereas Ravi Jayaram was saying that the monitor was not going off. So there's a discrepancy there. And also, like, loads of other nurses who worked with her have, like, basically said that there was nothing wrong with what she was doing. They weren't suspicious of her in any way. She was a fine nurse. It only seems to be these consultants that are like, that got it into their head that she was like this evil person. But yeah, no, the nurse said that the monitor was going off. So, and just before that incident, Dr. Ravi Jayaram was basically like, he was so worried about her being a serial killer at that point that he was like, he only walked into that room at that point because he was like, he got so like worked up in himself that he was like, maybe she's doing something right now. And that's why he went into the room, because he went into that room because he was suspicious of her. And like, you have to realize how much our brains fuck with our memories when we're going through something really difficult. And we quite often, like, this is why eyewitnesses in trials are so unreliable. Because like when you go through a traumatic event, your brain scrambles the fuck out of it. This is also a reason why it's so fucking bad that rape trials and things like that have like years before they even go into court, and you have to give your eyewitness testimony. Like, as a victim of sexual assault, like, you have to wait years and then go through it again in court and like try and recall everything that happened. Often to like a lawyer who's cross-examining you and trying to disprove everything that you say. And in the process, like, that whole traumatic event in your brain is just getting scrambled. If it was going off, why wasn't she helping? Well, yeah, so that's another thing. It's apparently like quite normal for it to like sometimes for the monitors to like go off, but then for the baby to like correct itself. But Lucy Letby, by the time that the trial came round, Lucy Letby was like couldn't like directly remember any of these incidents, because they were all like 7 years ago. Brooklyn. So she was basically going throughout the trial like, I don't remember. But apparently it is a thing to like expect a baby to or like wait for a baby to right itself if it's only been going off for like a few seconds. Brooklyn. Well, the full timeline is basically like these deaths happened 2015 to 2016. She got arrested and bailed twice while the investigation was going on, and that was over the space of what, 4 years? The trial wasn't until 2021 to 2022, I think. So that's quite a lot of years for you to like go through all of this shit. She, on her third time that she was arrested, she wasn't bailed. How many years is that? 2015 to... Yeah, that is like 7 years, isn't it? Yeah, like even like non-traumatic memories are really difficult to recall sometimes. Like sometimes I think that I've recalled a memory perfectly, and then I'll get some like photographic evidence of that event, and I'll be like, what the fuck, that's totally different to how I remember it. And it's not even like a traumatic event or anything, it's just a normal like family get together or something, and I'll see a photo of it and I'll be like, maybe that's just my memory, but I'm like, that's nothing like how I remembered it. I'd be a very bad eyewitness. It's just simple things like, you know, when you like sat at a table with a few friends and you think back to like a conversation that you had with your friends, and you imagine like one friend being sat in a certain place and another friend being sat in another place. But then you see a picture of you all sat at the table and you're like, what the fuck? You weren't sat there, you were sat over there. It's like little shit like that. So yeah. Anyway, I could go on about this forever. Clearly. So I have to record all of your conversations with friends. But yeah, the statistics thing is wild. because basically they got in contact with a statistician after they drew up that rota showing her there all the time. So yeah, The Guardian has now learned that from an early stage, Cheshire Police recognised that the case involved statistics, and they had initially engaged Hutton. So she is, what does it say up here? She's Professor Jane Hutton. Where is she? She's a Professor of Statistics at the University of Warwick, and said of the shift chart and other elements of the case, it's a large pile of crockery, much of it which is broken. Such a pile does not hold water, however big it is. And like, she's an expert. Like, this is information about her on this page. Either my internet is being shit, which I don't think so, or the University of Warwick is having a shit server moment. But anyway, basically she specializes in like statistics to do with like medical trials. So that's why they contacted her. According to emails seen by The Guardian, there we go. Her methodological research largely focuses on developing models to answer questions raised by healthcare colleagues and patients. For example, collaborations with epilepsy specialists in meta-analyses lead to papers on biases due to within-study selection of outcomes and subgroups, and to joint models for pre-randomization, seizure counts, and post-randomized trials. You know, basically all of the things that this trial needs, she's an expert in. According to emails seen by The Guardian, in April 2018, an officer on the investigation approached Hutton, who had extensive experience in medical research. Without naming Letby, he asked Hutton whether she could put a figure on how likely it was to be just a coincidence for one member of staff to be on duty during all the deaths and collapses in the neonatal unit, i.e. 1 in a million, etc. She informed the police that a proper statistical inquiry would not concentrate on one member of staff from the outset, but instead required full research into all possible explanations for any increase in babies collapsing, including their medical conditions and prematurity, as well as the performance of the unit. Reviews commissioned by the hospital had found medical examinations for nearly all of the deaths, criticised the standard of care in the unit, and noted a lack of senior doctors. This is another thing as well about the statistics of collapses in neonatal babies. So this bit here. She required full research into all possible explanations for any increase in babies collapsing, including their medical conditions and prematurity. See, I didn't know this, but apparently the more premature a baby is, it's more likely to have a collapse, obviously. But it's like, it's not just like a straight correlation line on a graph. It's like the more premature the baby is, it's like exponentially more likely to collapse. Exponentially. This was the information that she needed to be able to like give her statistical analysis. And the police were like, no, we don't like that. We just want you to say that there's a 1 in a million chance. So we could put her in jail. Brooklyn, you are really testing my patience today. I can't even see chat now. He's got his ass over you, chat. He's got his ass in front of you. Brooklyn. He's trying to get back in, like, behind to the wires. This is not safe. He has chosen not violence, but annoyance today. He's chosen violence towards my patients today. They were looking for a smoking gun. Did you smell Brooklyn's butt? He's very clean. He licks his asshole every time he has a poo, so... Every time. Don't we all? Jinx, 2 people in the chat. Exactly the same time, don't we all? Yeah, and then basically this article goes on to say that when as soon as she said it was more complicated than just like multiplying 2 numbers together, they were like, no, we're not interested anymore. Brooklyn, if I open the door, he might excuse himself. Honestly, Brooklyn. No, he just like bullshit I have had to go through to even get them to like.
It's all about leading by example, isn't it?
But to say it was a party is a complete travesty.
Seeing that photo when one of my friends couldn't go to their grandmother's funeral is the most enraging thing. I think all gatherings should have been banned at number 10 because I think.
What do you mean gatherings?
Gatherings with alcohol and music and cake. You should never have allowed that to happen.
Right. Apologise for that.
Boris Johnson!
The former Prime Minister of the UK, whose reign included Brexit, COVID, and the Ukraine war.
He's one of the world's most famous politicians.
On this point of Brexit, how did David Cameron react when you said you're going to vote Leave?
He said, if you come out and support Leave, I will f you up forever. But if you support Remain, you can have a top 5 job in the cabinet.
But is that not a bit corrupt? And is that how the jobs are dished out in the government at the moment?
Look, I'm sad to say that this has probably been the way politics has been since the dawn of time.
And then this letter you wrote about the decision to leave or stay.
I love how they over edit these intros just to make them so fucking dramatic.
Within the EU, which was unpublished. You seemed torn. So do you regret Brexit?
Well,
the next big thing was the pandemic.
there was a lot of stuff we didn't know. And I think that almost certainly it was a lab accident. They were looking at engineering viruses and ways that they could manipulate it. Sadly, something went wrong.
When you talk about lockdowns, you refer to them as bonkers, which is strange hearing it from the guy that put the rules in place.
Well, did the benefits of lockdown outweigh the very, very severe damage done to kids?
What do you think the answer to that question is?
Honestly, I think...
I just wanted to ask a few more things. Trump or Kamala, who's the best for international relations? How many kids do you have? Charlotte Owen, you're not related to her, are you? And then you have quite a distinct persona. People describe you as being a buffoon. When I first saw you, I thought you were a parody from Bo Selector. Is it calculated?
Oh!
Get
Bo Selector!
people interested in politics, you got to sugar the pill.
But also, your mother said you had certain mechanisms to cope with pain because your mother is sent to a psychiatric facility when you were 10. I read there was...
That fucking change of that change of emotion, just like after 1 minute 56 of your mother was sent to a psychiatric facility.
Physical violence in the house. And then at 14, your parents get divorced.
Yes, we were in Somerset. My father told us, and I was cross and said, so why did you have us then?
Sad.mp3. Here come the tears.
This has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of you that listen to the show regularly haven't yet subscribed to the show.
Fuck off. Fuck off. You know what we could do? We could sample Stephen Bartlett doing a Huel ad. I wonder if it is this the one that I hate?
This product called Daily Greens is one of the most highly requested products at Huel, but it's never been sold in the UK before. Until now. It's often difficult to get all of the greens into our diet.
Hey kids, eat slop. Don't eat food. Eat slop.
That we need to have a healthy gut microbiome and a healthy body. And with Huel's Daily Greens product, with one scoop every morning, a very, very delicious scoop, you can get 91 vitamins, minerals, and whole food sourced nutrients into your diet. The most important point here is I genuinely believe it tastes delicious. It's maybe my favorite Huel product ever for all the reasons I've described. This product called Daily Greens is one of the most
Is there anything sampleable in there?
highly requested products at Huel, but it's never been sold in the UK before. Until now. It's often difficult to get all of the greens into our diet that we need to have a healthy gut microbiome and a healthy body. And with Huel's Daily Greens product, with one scoop every morning, a very, very delicious scoop, you can get 91 vitamins, minerals, and whole food sourced nutrients into your diet.
He doesn't actually say Soylent, does he?
Vitamins, minerals, and whole food sourced nutrients into your diet. The most important point here is I genuinely believe it tastes delicious. It's maybe my favorite Huel product ever for all the reasons I've described.
A very delicious scoop.
This product called Daily Greens is one of the most highly requested products at Huel, but it's never been sold in the UK before. Until now. It's often difficult to get all of the greens into our diet that we need to have a healthy gut microbiome and a healthy body. And with Huel's Daily Greens product, with one scoop every morning, a very, very delicious scoop.
19 seconds in. A very delicious scoop. A very delicious scoop. 19 seconds. A very delicious scoop. What we saying? What we saying? Right.
Morning, a very, very delicious morning, a very, very delicious morning, a very, very delicious scoop. Delicious scoop, you delicious scoop, you delicious scoop, you delicious scoop. Delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop,
Okay, let's go.
delicious scoop, 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 delicious scoop,
Delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop,
delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop.
Are you ready? The tension, the tension, the tension.
Delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop, delicious scoop.
Delicious scoop. Delicious scoop. Oh, I had the wrong thing. That's what I wanted. That was some proper, like... Okay. Right. That was terrifying. That was genuinely terrifying. All right. Okay. Right. We'll get on with some UK stuff, but I need to actually go for a wee. A little pee pee. A little piss. A little piss piss. It's making me laugh, eh? Can I recreate that in any way?
Delicious. Delicious scoop.
Brooklyn's on my seat. You see him? Brooklyn's taking control of stream.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss.
He's been sitting behind me on my seat. I can't lie back, so... Brooklyn is my I guess my lumbar support. I don't know. He's making sure I don't slump right now. Should we watch a bit of this? I mean, like, it's 2 hours long. I probably won't watch the whole thing, but...
So could I ask you for a favour before we start? If you like the show and you like what we do here and you want to support us, the
No, Stephen Bartlett.
free, simple way that you can do just that is by hitting the subscribe button. And my commitment to you is if you do that, then I'll do everything in my power, me and my team, to make sure that this show is better for you every single week. We'll listen to your feedback, we'll find the guests that you want me to speak to, and we'll continue to do what we do. Thank you so much. Boris.
Steve.
What do I need to understand about your earliest years to understand the man that you are today?
I think the key thing...
I'm not going to watch the whole thing, okay? Is there like a best bits? Is there a... There are chapter titles. Is there like a bit that we should skip to? I wonder what we should... Partygate?
Many members of the UK population were also mourning and grieving at the same time. And I think that's why the Partygate scenario, which you talk about in the book, was so enraging for many people. Because as someone who, again, is not very close to politics like myself, it's optics here. You know, and I think that's really the issue when you've got people who are unable to see their loved ones because of the situation with funerals and the pandemic. Even the suggestion that there was a rave going on in number 10 is the most enraging thing that I think anyone could say.
But there wasn't a rave going on. I mean, you'll find it all there. You'll
A
find
rave?
it all unleashed. And I feel desperate about it.
I mean, I saw the picture. That's an overstatement to say that it was a rave.
I really do. And I understand, you know, completely why people got so enraged. I really do understand that. And I did my best to try and, you know, I think I mishandled the whole thing. The revelations as such as they were.
But also reality.
Oh, sorry,
but, you know...
Because at the end of the book, you do seem to highlight that you could have done things to...
Well, what I could have done, I think, so I wonder why I commissioned Sue Gray.
This is what was going on inside number 10. Watch this clip in full. It's actually quite disturbing. This looks like a disturbingly dead nightclub, doesn't it? Like, why was he here? Why was someone just like filming him dancing? Why is he like, he's in a suit, right? What's happening?
To conduct an investigation into it. I mean, I was informed that she was a politically impartial and a model of sort of, you know, obsessed with probity. And neither of those things now seem to me to be true.
I've got a picture here. The there was 17 parties that were alleged during the sort of Partygate time frame. And one of the pictures that leaked to the public was this picture of you enjoying some cheese and some wine, I believe.
Yeah.
What is this guy doing here as well?
10 Downing Street. Now, as again, a member of the public, I look at this, I look at some of these key dates.
Like
I know you were
summoning a
fined for one
god.
particular date, which was your birthday, I think, where you were
Yeah.
raising the glass of wine with some colleagues.
No, I wasn't. Again,
Mamma
you see,
mia!
people say this kind of thing, and I
Was
wasn't.
it the AIDS leaving drink that you were fined for?
No, I wasn't fined for that.
What were you fined for?
I was fined for
That butterfly meme. Is this social distancing?
going into stand at my desk in the cabinet room between meetings.
With the glass of wine?
No, not with a glass of wine. And several members of staff were also there, but they were people I saw throughout the working day anyway.
But this picture...
And just can I just, because people think that I had a
Yeah.
cake.
Yeah, fine.
And that we didn't have I didn't have a cake. I didn't even see a cake. To say it was a party is a complete travesty. It was about the most lugubrious event it consisted of people who were part of my normal working life. That picture that you're pointing to there was the Metropolitan Police did look at that, but they decided there was no offence committed, because what you've got is people sitting outside, as people tried to do during those times, because there was much less risk of infection.
Let me just read some of this stuff. So 15th of May 2020, cheese and wine at Downing Street. Approximately 349 people had died from COVID that day in the UK. Mr. Johnson was photographed sitting with his wife Carrie and some staff at a table with wine and cheese in the number 10 garden. At this time, COVID restrictions said that people could not leave
That also wasn't like the only photo that was taken. Oh, Partygate has its own Wikipedia page with all of the photos. There are more photos. They weren't just outside photos. Do they have more photos on this page? I love how Wikipedia just made its own thing. There were more photos. No, where are the other photos? There's more photos than that. There was a video, actually, of Tories, laughing about how they weren't allowed to do this. It was like a Christmas party. This one. There was an it wasn't only that photo. It was, there were many.
But I've reasonable excuse. Let me just read this and then I'll...
But we were. I was at that. That is my home.
I know.
That's the garden I was supposed to be using.
That. May 20th, there was a bring your own booze party on the same day that 308 people died from the pandemic, and you attended for about 30 minutes. You say it was 25 minutes. And then the 19th of June was your birthday.
Sorry, okay, can I just go back over there? I mean, none of this washes with the public, because they all think that we were, having dancing around and getting drunk.
And the last point,
you were, though.
12th of April, Johnson announces that he has been fined £50 by the police. Do you know what it is, though? It's all about leading by example, isn't it? And you know this, yeah? I think my opinion is that whatever's going on at number 10 needs to be the extreme demonstration of the perfect example. The extreme demonstration. Because of course you're going to be attacked. You know that.
Yeah.
Of course, if you sneeze, you'll be attacked.
And I say that in
that's what I'm saying. So
what we should have done, and I say is I should have said to everybody, look, people are going to say, because it was, in fact, as I tried to explain, impossible to maintain perfect social distancing in the office environment that we were in. People were working round the clock. And I think that I should have said something to the staff, like, people are going to be out to get us. for God's sake, to not only obey the rules, but be seen to obey the rules. Now, we had, all the signs in the corridors and stuff like that. I think that there were a lot of people by that stage who were perhaps not altogether friendly to me, who wanted to stitch me up.
That's fine. That's fine. But honestly, I can't help but believe, because I try and remain pretty impartial on these things. So I try and apply common sense as like a business person, but also...
Do you really think I was deliberately partying and breaking the rules?
For me...
Do you really think that?
For me, seeing that photo, when one of my friends couldn't go to their grandmother's funeral, and seeing that there's people drinking and appearing to have a whale of a time, just in this photo, but also the other photos where you're cheersing with wine, I go, you should never have allowed that to happen. Do you know, and I think you agree with me. You agree with me?
Actually, no.
Because you said at the end of the book, you said, I should have said to my whole team, don't even let them appear to be breaking the rules.
In the course of almost 2 years, of people working around the clock in number 10 in conditions of great proximity to each other, there were going to be moments when, of course, when colleagues are going away, when you raise a glass to them, unless you're going to ban that.
I think you should have.
Well, that's a point of view.
Because
You can't. You have to ban funerals for your grandma, but not if you're raising a glass to say goodbye to your assistant, your secretary.
If
you banned alcohol in 1940, we wouldn't have won the Second World War.
I think Prime Minister...
Wait, I have to... What? What was that?
When you raise a glass to them, unless you're going to ban that.
I think you should have.
Well, that's a point of view.
Because I just think...
If you banned alcohol in 1940, we wouldn't have won the Second World War.
If we banned alcohol in 1940, we wouldn't have won the Second World War. Huh?
Prime Minister during a pandemic, I think you just have to be the most extreme example.
Well, we got a ban on alcohol in this country?
No, I think genuinely.
If we banned alcohol in number 10 in 1940,
I think all gas.
Because Churchill was an alcoholic. Is that what he's trying to say? This alcohol owns Nazis. What? What? Is it a reference to Churchill?
Gatherings should have been banned at number 10. Because
this beer kills fascists.
Because I think...
Sorry, but we were gathering... that means banning meetings. So what do you mean gatherings?
Gatherings with alcohol and music and cake, I think should have been banned. And
I've tried to explain to you that there was no cake, or I saw no cake. I was at no event where there was music or dancing. That's total nonsense. Now, maybe those things took place, but they certainly didn't take place when I was there. I think one of the mistakes I made was beginning the whole thing by issuing this general apology. And so what happened was, so the people think that there was
do you still apologize?
Vomiting, there was...
Do you still apologize?
I don't apologize for allegations of vomiting or fistfights because they turned out not to be true.
What do you apologize for?
And, well, insofar as people broke the rules on my watch, and as far as I'm responsible, of course I apologize for that. But what I'm saying in Unleashed is that the problem with leading with a blanket apology was that it then meant that absolutely any allegation that was, I mean, you've just made a couple yourself. Any allegation that was then made about, and in Sue Gray's initial report, that she had to change it. She said there was a violent altercation and vomiting, and somebody but both of those things turned out not to be true.
You said you made the mistake in your book. You say you made the mistake of issuing pathetic and grovelling apologies over the scandal, which made it look as though we were far more culpable than we.
Look, it ain't a party unless there's violent vomiting and cake. Violent vomiting onto a cake.
We were.
Which is just the point I've just made.
So
because I think because it looked as though, but by issuing a sort of universal apology, it meant that any subsequent allegation, people assume, well, that must be what happened. And you, to be fair, I kind of get the feeling that's what you think. And
No.
And that,
You think they were playing soggy cake?
that was largely my fault, because I seem to be inadvertently validating.
For me, the apology is not the issue.
I seem to be validating everything that people said about what was going on. And what was actually going on was that people were working unbelievably hard, round the clock, to get a lot of very difficult things done.
I know.
And
for me,
and actually, what the things that they were successful in are very creditable. And I feel badly about them because they deserve
on page
praise.
704.
Look, soggy cake is another version of a famous game, Soggy Biscuit. I will not say it anymore.
5 of your book, you say, in retrospect, I should have done more to protect myself and the rest of Whitehall against Partygate type allegations. I should have said to the entire staff, perhaps in a letter, about the vital importance of not only obeying the rules, but also to be seen to be obeying them and reminding. And I think that is actually my point, which is apologies, I think, are good things. I think people should apologise.
No, but I'm trying to explain. If you apologise in advance, for the problem was that a lot of things were said about staff in Number 10 that weren't true and weren't fair to them. And my blanket apology looked as though I was validating and accepting all those criticisms.
Okay.
Which I think was, in retrospect, I think I should have waited to see exactly what people,
Got you.
said and what was established to be true, and then I should have apologised for what actually happened. Do you see what I'm saying?
I understand.
And also,
I
want to stick up again for those officials who were working around the clock to sort out the government's and the country's response to COVID, and when it came to it, did an absolutely outstanding job. And I don't want to.
I understand.
Because I know you've been
wrapping up now.
You've been very patient with me. You've allowed me to talk for almost 2.5 hours, and for what I thought was going to be an hour's show. So you've been heroic in putting up with.
We're wrapping up
so
now,
long.
but I just wanted to ask a few more things. These are personal questions that I have.
Please.
So, one of the things that no one knows about you is how many kids you have. Why is this such a widely debated subject? I know I sat with a guest on my show where
I don't know why they
were
were so
unwilling.
widely debated. It's a matter of. I have 8 children. It's a
You
matter
have 8 children.
Matter of
8?
Okay, I don't know why.
Wait, I'd literally never heard a figure before. He'd literally never said a figure before. Never! I've never heard him say 8. That's why we were all questioning. He's never said 8 before. Fucking 8. How many mothers, Boris? How many mothers? Can you, imagine if he was a woman with 8 children with, loads of different fathers? Can you even fucking imagine the response to that?
It's a matter of. I have 8 children. It's a
You have 8 children.
matter of public record.
Okay, I don't know why is everyone so obsessed with the amount of kids you have?
Search me, Gov.
8 kids with 9 mothers.
Charlotte Owen, you're not related to her, are you?
No,
She's not a former lover?
no.
Okay. I asked my friends some of the things they wanted to know about you.
But it's in the book.
8 that he knows of. 8 that he knows of.
Read all about it in the book. She is a very capable advisor.
Oh, she's the one that he got in the. He's the one that he got in the House of Lords, right? The really young woman who was basically. She was basically an assistant to him for a while. And for some reason, he's made her, he's given her peerage. And nobody knows why, because she's got barely any experience in politics or experience in anything. Right? She's that one? Wait, hang on. I have to make sure. Charlotte Owen. Yes, Baroness. No, nobody knows why she got a peerage. Nobody knows. She's 31. She was basically an assistant to Boris Johnson for a while. She's barely done anything. She's barely done anything in her career. And now she's in the House of Lords. Owen worked as an intern for the Chancellor of the Exchequer, George Osborne, for a month in 2011 before later working in his constituency office in Tatton in 2012. Look, extremely short Wikipedia page. That's all you like. This her career is 3 paragraphs, guys. And like these paragraphs aren't like a senior parliamentary assistant to Jake Berry and Johnson for 21 months before working exclusively for Johnson for 14 months. She became a special advisor to Johnson within the number of 10 policy units. She was retained in this role following the formation of the Trust Ministry. Under the Truss government, Owen's role was split evenly between Prime Minister Liz Truss and the Chief Whip and Parliamentary Secretary to the Treasury, Wendy Morton. She was not retained in her post by Truss's successor, Rishi Sunak, following his appointment as Prime Minister in October 2022. The accuracy of her stated career history has been disputed, with some asserting that Owen exaggerated both the seniority of her position and the duration that she worked in 10 Downing Street. It has been asserted that she never worked in the policy unit. On her LinkedIn profile, Owen stated that she was a special advisor from February 21 to October 2022, but she was not listed in the annual report on special advisors published in June 2021, though she was in the June 22 report. In the honours list announcing her life period, she was described as former special advisor to the former Prime Minister Bozza. Commenting on Owen's career to date, Liz Bates of Sky News said it was not an illustrious political career by any stretch. Owen's assertion that she interned for George Osborne while he was Chancellor in David Cameron's cabinet has also been challenged. Senior sources who worked in Osborne's Tatton Street office reject it, stating rather that she was simply a member of the local party association and a part of Conservative Future, a forerunner of the Young Conservatives. On 9th of June 2023, it was announced that Owen would receive a life peerage in Johnson's resignation honours. The decision was criticised as Owen was perceived to be inexperienced and not to have contributed significantly to British politics or society. 2 former 10 Downing Street members of staff told Tortoise Media that her appointment to the peerage was completely staggering. Her peerage is one of the most strange and hardest to explain because she is so extraordinarily junior. A Whitehall source said that she was the most egregious on Johnson's list of peerages. The source described her appointment as impossible to defend, even as somebody who broadly thinks the current peerage system is right. Oh, like nobody knows why. Why is she there? What has she done? Why? She made a maiden speech on 14th of November 2023. She said she wanted to use her time in the laws to scrutinise legislation on new technologies. What does she know about new technologies? I probably know more about new technologies than she does. What has she done? Oh my God. Anyway. But there was a conspiracy theory going around that she's actually one of his daughters.
With the amount of kids you have.
Search me, go.
Charlotte Owen, you're not related to her, are you?
No.
She's not a former lover?
No.
Okay. I asked my friends some of the things they wanted to know about you.
She's but it's in the book. Read all about it in the book. She is a very capable advisor.
And what happens next for Boris Johnson? Are you going back into politics?
I live a life of blameless rustic obscurity.
Do you want to get back into politics?
I think that
I live a life of what? Blameless rustic obscurity. Is that what it like? Everything he says, you need to just sort of unpack for a second.
a life of blameless rustic obscurity.
Do you want to get
Blameless rustic obscurity. What does that mean?
Back into politics.
I think that
The
I say in Unleashed.
The chance of the frisbee decapitated. Yeah, I get it.
As I say in Unleashed, you should only do things if you genuinely think you can be useful. At the moment, I think I do a lot of painting. I'm having a great time living in, in the countryside. I got my hands full doing all sorts of things. And
Next question, quick fire.
Yeah.
Trump or Kamala, and you can't sit on the fence.
All British prime ministers, including ex-prime ministers, are constitutionally obliged to be friendly with whoever.
Who's the best for international relations?
Whoever the American people decide. And that is the right thing. And that our dwindling audience would not expect.
Who's best for stopping the wars? Who's better for stopping the wars, Kamala or Trump?
I mean,
Did he just say dwindling audience?
that is the right thing. And that our dwindling audience would not expect.
Who's best for stopping the wars? Who's better for stopping the wars, Kamala or Trump?
I mean, if you read Unleashed.
I did read it.
Okay.
And I saw your interview on GB News, and you seem to think that Trump would be a better...
Well, I think what I'm saying is that you should be...
There's too much to unpack. Like, why did he just slide in a burn on the side there? What the fuck? And then he just completely walked back on it straight away. Not your dwindling audience. I mean, your growing audience. What is going on?
On GB News, and you seem to think that Trump would be a better...
Well, I think what I'm saying is that you should beware of some of the kind of anti-Trump prejudice about his handling of foreign policy, and there are very good, when he was president, he took some tough decisions and projected a sense of American strength and purpose, and that's but I make no further comment than that.
And we have a closing tradition on this podcast where the last guest leaves a question for the next guest, not knowing who they're going to leave it for.
Oh, right, okay.
And the question that's been left for you is, success often comes at a price, and one of those is the relationships we lose along the way. Which relationship or person did you lose in the pursuit of your success?
Every one of my 8 children.
You seem to, the longer you live, the more you realize that, you can have what seems to be a complete, terrible sundering, and then lo and behold, things cheer up and you're friends again. And so, I mean, look at Michael Gove.
You've got to answer the question. Which relationship or person did you lose?
The answer to your question is I don't regard any of the termination, any rupture. I don't regard any rupture as final.
No one's ever swerved this question, so you're not going to be the first.
I don't regard any rupture as final.
Which relationship or person did you lose in the pursuit of your success?
They are not lost. I don't.
Give me a person. Give me a name. We've never had it. This is a long-standing tradition. No one's ever swerved this question.
I had a rupture with Michael Gove, but then in 2016,
Michael Gove.
With heroic optimism, I put him back in the cabinet, and there you go.
As soon as he sobered up,
Boris, thank you.
Back in the
Thank
cabinet.
you for your time. And
thank you.
I'm going to link this book below.
As soon as he got over the calm down.
To anyone that wants to read
Unleashed.
Can get the book. It'll be linked below. It was your writing style is exceptionally engaging. I think everyone that's interviewed you, from the ITV to GB News, has said the same thing. The book is linked below. If you're interested in the subject matters we've talked about, but many more, it's an exceptionally long book. Some 700 and...
I don't know. I got it wrong. I think it's over
771 pages. 772 pages.
With the index and
No, we'll do the Tesla event after this. We'll do a few UK bits and then we'll do Tesla.
the thanks. Yeah.
An incredibly detailed book into all of the
We'll do the UK bits before the Brits go to bed, okay?
key issues that have happened
We're supposed to be in bed right now. It's nearly midnight, okay? We're doing the Brits.
over the last 5, 6, 7 years, and some touches of what happened in your life before. Link down below. Boris Johnson, Unleashed. Thank you so much, Boris.
Thank you very much, Steve. It's been an honour. I think. Do I get a prize for? I think that must be. That was. How long was that interview supposed to be? Because
I don't know. They're always 2, 3. Usually they're 4 hours. Sometimes they're 4 hours.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Isn't this cool?
It should have fucking gone on Joe Rogan. It would have been 18 hours long or some shit. Anyway, not watching that whole thing, but yeah, wow, very interesting. The end. Wow, great. Let's talk about the weather. The UK also had bad weather, okay? It's not just Florida, it's also us, okay? It's also us. We also had this. Okay, it's very... Look, there were some big waves, okay, that hit the shore, okay? It was really bad. We got a bit windy. It was really bad. Tell you what though, our hurricane has a way cooler name than yours. Kirk v. Milton. I'd like to see that boxing match. Kirk v. Milton. Who do you think would fucking win that? This was 7 days ago. Like, yeah. To be fair, it's been pretty windy over the past 7 days. I won't lie. Although, if you were following the weather app made by the BBC, you may have been thinking that it was worse. Because they were reporting the temperature in Nottingham is 404 degrees Celsius. and the wind as 14,804 miles per hour. So, I mean, you might be thinking in Florida you were dealing with some shit, but I think you'll find Nottingham was dealing with some worst shit, okay? Poor Nottingham. It was a data glitch. It was a data glitch from the BBC. That does remind me of that clip, though. Oh, I have to find it now. You know that one where the American weatherman says everyone's dead? Everybody is dead. I'm just going to type that in. Yes! It came up straight away.
100 in Terrell.
Everyone in Nottingham is dead.
100 in Terrell. Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. The temperature, the heat index right now in McKinney is 10,000. What is that? 101,105. It's hot in McKinney. Jesse Hawila, I thought he was on paternity leave. He's sabotaging me again. 105 in Corsicana. The heat.
Everyone in Nottingham is dead. It's a shame this wasn't on a live broadcast. Everyone in Nottingham is dead. Anyway. Oh. Okay, last bit of UK news before we go on to US and Tesla and shit. The UK, unfortunately, we've lost another part of the British Empire It's terrible. I think we're gonna need a bit of the oh. Guys, we lost another part of the British Empire.
You committed
We lost another part.
crime against humanity, against us, telling the lies, telling all the world that there was no people there.
We are protesting against the UK government just selling us off.
How can we fight for Ukraine? We can fight for Israel. What about the Chagosian people?
In the 1960s, the US and the UK secretly agreed to displace the indigenous population of the Chagos Islands, an archipelago in the middle of the Indian Ocean, so that the Americans could build a military base.
And between about 1967 and 1973, the UK authorities forcibly evicted more than 1,500 islanders, sent all to Mauritius or Seychelles. And they did this first by preventing the return of islanders who had gone on trips to Mauritius or Seychelles, which was something that they quite commonly did. Later, they restricted supplies and wound down work on the coconut plantations. And then finally, in the final months, they coerced the remaining islanders onto crowded ships.
Britain had governed the Chagos Islands as part of Mauritius. When Mauritius was granted independence, the UK retained the islands, officially known as the British Indian Ocean Territory. The UK claimed that the islands had no permanent population, but in reality, the Chagosians had lived there for centuries, the descendants of slaves brought over to work on coconut plantations.
Generations and generations of Chagosians living on their home, and they were happy. And then all of a sudden, somebody else wants what doesn't belong to them. They get taken out of the Chagos Islands, fobbed off to Mauritius, where they live. We've lived a life of absolute poverty.
The establishment of the British Indian Ocean Territory received widespread condemnation, and after years of international pressure, Foreign Secretary David Lammy announced that the islands would be handed over to Mauritius. Many Chagosians who've been able to live in the UK since 2002 have been left frustrated by this announcement. While views within the community differ, there is anger and frustration amongst many that they once again have not had a say in their homeland's future.
They sell us like a vegetable in a supermarket. When they want to sell it, they sell my parents. They sell us.
We don't even get to choose what we want. We don't get to say about our future, and that's just wrong. In this day and age, that should never have happened.
We fight. We're still fighting. When we got this passport, I went 2004. This suffering repeat on me when I went in UK. I'm stay 8 days in Gatwick Airport and fighting for my right to have a place.
Do you feel a sense of time pressure in this, in that are you concerned that your parents might pass on without being able to return?
Yeah, especially my dad. He's 84. He cried and he always said like his dream is to go back home and die there. And I think everyone deserves that.
What is happening to our home is in somebody else's hands. It shouldn't be like that. This is just racist colonialism in my head.
The fact that the entire Indigenous population were expelled from their homeland unlawfully and were left destitute on the shores of Mauritius and Seychelles.
That's what we
and
do,
it was very
baby!
clear to us, on the basis of those facts and that law,
we're
that in
best
fact the
at.
UK and the US government had committed crimes against humanity. And what we have said since is those crimes continue to be committed and will continue to be committed until the Chagosians are allowed back to their homeland until they are given proper restitution, proper compensation, and that the islands are restored to allow them to live there.
The number of people born on the islands is dwindling as they get older. We spoke to one woman whose journey from the Chagos Islands was particularly harrowing. Her nephew interpreted for us.
She said it was quite hard because when she left, when they was leaving, they had to travel by boat, and many people was having seasicknesses, and she was pregnant and she gave birth on the boat. She said, luckily she had some family on the boat, but that was affecting everyone
She gave birth
quite
on the
a lot,
boat?
because there's no medical assistance or anything.
It must be hard for you. You were interpreting for us when we were talking to your aunt, and hearing that story, it was heartbreaking for me, but it must feel horrific for you.
It is. That's what.
Chagos is the home of the IO websites. Isn't that like what loads of... Don't loads of crypto pros use that .io protocol?
Why earlier when my friends was giving me the microphone, I didn't want to speak because I would get emotional. So when you're emotional, when you speak, you will say things
Oh shit, they're going to have to change their domains.
which you might regret.
Me acting like that's what matters here. Oh no!
After, you know what I mean? So it is. There's nights we go in tears because when we think like we could be in certain way where we like having
Would
our own
somebody
crops,
think of the
animals,
crypto bros?
fishing. We are born like that. You know, we have that in the blood. And then I don't say the life in the UK is not good, but the way of rent is raising, everything is getting more expensive, and I think like I can do all this by my hand. I don't need to go to the supermarket. I can grow it up in my back garden. But here, not everywhere you can do it. You're not even allowed. You know, so it does get you emotional because when you think like the injustice which has been going on, and we are in modern age. Everyone should understand, like, how can we fight for Ukraine, we can fight for Israel or whatever country, we can fight and help for the poor in Africa and all this. But what about the Chagosian people?
Is part of the problem in raising awareness that the Chagosian community in the UK is very small, and compared to, well, other ethnic groups in the UK, it's not a massive community. Is that fair to say?
No, we are. There is about, apparently, last consensus says that there's between 5,000 to 7,000 Chagosians in the UK. The trouble is that this is exactly what they did in 1965. We are being segregated. We are being moved left, right, centre, north, south, east, west, so that we don't get to come together, see each other and do something about it. Now, there's a huge population of Chagosians in West Sussex, in Crawley. There's another big one in Manchester. There's another big one in Leeds. But we have Chagosians in the Seychelles. Gallagher Islands has a huge number of Chagosians there. We don't hear about them. We don't even have contact with them. We have brothers and sisters that have been moved to different parts of not just this country, but of the world, that don't know each other anymore. We know, but we don't get to meet, we don't get to see each other, we don't get to socialize anymore. And that is what this government and the Mauritian government wanted to happen to us. They thought that by segregating us to different areas, we wouldn't be able to get together and have a voice and make ourselves be heard, but it doesn't work out like that.
How did you feel when you heard the news about the UK government's deal with Mauritius?
You know, I have shock because I'm a member with Sagosian bosses. We're fighting, but it's like they take a knife and pull it in my chest. You know, this is like a surprise, but we will not let them, continue to abuse us. We will not give up. We will fight for our right.
Are you hopeful for the future?
Not right now, no. Not as long as they don't involve us in this deal. Not as long as they've given our future to Mauritius government, no. No, until it is given to us, no. There's no hope.
Well, we've lost another part of the British Empire, guys. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? I do need to pee, so I think I'm gonna go pee.
I just wondered if...
Brooklyn, I swear, you're going to end up unplugging something. He's trying to knock my freaking plectrum off the desk right now. Right, I'm going to pee. I'm probably going to grab a bit of lemonade as well, so I don't drink loads of beer. Oh, the bloody camera! What's going on? Alright, I'm going to leave it switched off for a second while I pee.
I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now.
Okay.
I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Camera seems to be working for now. For now. I'm gonna have some lemonade. Actually, like, what I need to make it to a baby shower tomorrow. Oh, there's basically exactly a pint of lemonade in this bowl. I'm gonna force myself to drink all of this lemonade. I'm going to force myself to drink all of this lemonade before I allow myself to have any more beer. Because I will make it... Ooh! Because I will make it to this baby shower tomorrow. I will. I will not be too hungover to get to the baby shower. Okay. I've paid a frickin' £20 deposit to the place that's hosting it. I ain't getting that back if I don't make it. I am not allowed to get too drunk tonight, basically. You guys are still talking about the .io internet address. This is not the important thing here. There are people stranded on that island. Stop talking about the .io address. It's a true tragedy, the .io address. What are we gonna do? It's probably going to be a sober baby shower. I'm not quite sure, but I'm going to have to drive home after it, so it's going to have to be for me either way. The .io CCTLD was also a source of income for the Shagos. How is the dot country code HTML protocol code a source of income for any country? I didn't think that was a source of income for the country. How does that even work? The government controls who gets the domains and they sell them. Each TLD is owned by a country and sold by that country. You can sell access to it. Oh, I didn't know that. So like when you buy like a country code URL, you're actually sending money to that country. I actually didn't know that. I just thought it was like when you paid for a domain, it just went to whoever owned that domain, like fucking Squarespace or Google or something. That's interesting. Dropping a vid in mod chat. Like, I get that they're all countries, but I didn't know that money actually, like, when you bought a domain with the .country, I didn't know that money actually went to that country. That's actually interesting then, and it does affect them. It actually does affect them. There you go. It's relevant. It's relevant, guys. It's very relevant. Very relevant. What are you dropping in mod chat? What's this? What is this? God Save the Queen played in minor. Is it normally in major? Oh. God save the king. Save the Thank you so much. Wow.
Drop!
Yeah, baby. Oh, details about Boris Johnson's eight kids. and their names from lookalike son to secret love child. Lara Lettice? What the fuck? No way. They're making this shit up. It's the Mirror. They're making it up. Lara Lettice? No way. No way. Milo Arthur. Oh, wait, there's details. Hang on. She now works as a journalist, writer, editor, and broadcaster and lives in London. She specialises in arts and fashion criticism. Okay, she's a fashion critic. And she's dressed like this. That's all I'm going to say. And has been published in Vogue. Her website states Johnson Wheeler is open to and has experience in public speaking, chairing panel discussions and debates. At 30, she is just 5 years younger than her dad's wife, Carrie. Bloody hell. At the time of her parents' split, the Sun reported that Lara called her dad a selfish bastard. Cool. She reportedly said, Mum is finished with him. She will never take him back now. No surprises there. Milo Arthur, Boris's eldest son from his former relationship with Marina. Boris and Marina have 4 children. Because how could you resist this? I mean, I couldn't. Milo, 28, is Boris and Marina's oldest son and a keen sportsman. He went to Westminster School, which costs about $27,000 a year. Great. He studied at London's School of Oriental and African Studies and can speak Arabic, Russian, and French. After his parents split, Milo was photographed helping his mum clearing out their Highgate home. Removal vehicles were spotted outside the central London property. Great. With Marina Wheeler and Milo seen removing rubbish from the property. Rubbish being Boris Johnson. No! Why did none of them have normal names? What? Cassia Peaches Johnson. I'm sorry, what? She also wants to be a writer. Cassia Peaches is 26 years old and studied at Highgate School, which costs about $18,000 a year. Like her dad and older sister, she's a writer and was student editor of her school's alumni magazine. Boris's second oldest daughter then went on to study at Trinity College in London. Theodore Johnson Wheeler. Theo is Boris and Marina's youngest child, now 24, and goes by both of his parents' surnames. He went to Cambridge University, the rival of his dad's Oxford. After attending a private school, he was spotted working at Hackney Restaurant in 2022, where his dad was booed on a recent visit over the Jubilee weekend. He was working in Marito, a trendy tapas and mezze restaurant in East London, but is no longer believed to be there. Mr. Johnson responded to the heckles with a dismissive hand gesture before exiting the venue. He flicked his fingers at the customers when he got booed, a source told the Mail. It was horrible. It just created a nasty atmosphere. Theo, who shares his father's distinctive shock of blonde hair, no longer works at the restaurant. He left shortly after Boris's visit, though this is thought to be unrelated. According to the Mail on Sunday, he had embraced his family's name, reportedly writing a play about the Brexit referendum and his dad's role in the campaign at uni. Ugh. Stephanie McIntyre was born in 2009 through Johnson's affair with property developer Helen McIntyre. Great. Helen tried to keep their child secret and even launched legal action against a newspaper to prevent them from publishing a report. However, last year, Johnson's dad, Stanley, appeared to acknowledge her place in the family, saying he had spoken to her over video call and hoped to meet his grandchildren. When your dad is like desperately trying to stay in contact with all of the kids that you've had. 14 includes Stephanie. That's the point, he said. I am particularly pleased to include Stephanie. However, the judges ruled the public had the right to know about Boris's daughter. It is understood that Stephanie has very little to do with her dad or half-siblings. What a surprise! Wilfred Laurie Nicholas. Boris and Carrie welcomed their first child, Wilfred Laurie Nicholas, at a London hospital on April 29th, 2020. Johnson's ex, Marina, was said to be extremely upset by the news. A source said Marina has had a tough year with her health scare and the divorce and is very worried about how the kids are handling it too. She's just in pieces over it all. Sources say the four grown-up kids are furious at Mr. Johnson over his relationship with Carrie, who is 35, 24 years his junior. They are said to have barely met her and believe she started seeing him while he was still living with their mum. Romy Iris Charlotte. Back in July 2021, Carrie and Boris announced they were expecting another child. Sharing their happy news, Carrie also revealed she suffered a miscarriage at the beginning of the year, which left her heartbroken. She wrote, "I feel incredibly blessed to be pregnant again, but I've also felt like a bag of nerves. Fertility issues can be really hard for many people, particularly when on platforms like Instagram it can look like everything only ever going well. I found it a real comfort to hear from people who had also experienced loss, so I hope that in some small way sharing this might help others too." But they announced the birth of a healthy baby girl at a hospital on 9th of December 2021 and later revealed that they renamed her Romy Iris Charlotte Johnson. And then we have Frank Alfred Odysseus. How old is he now? Right, he last had a kid last year. How old is Boris Johnson right now? Age 60. He's 60 now. And still pumping them out. In July 2023, Carrie and Boris announced that they had welcomed a third child into the world. Posting on Instagram, Carrie wrote, "Welcome to the world, Frank Alfred Odysseus Johnson, born 5th of July, 9:15 a.m. Can you guess which name my husband chose? I am loving every minute of the sleepy baby bubble. Seeing my older two embrace their new brother with such joy as well. Thank you to the NHS. Time for a drink." Like, how could you just procreate with this man? Like, that's all I want to know. Is like, what makes you think that this is something you want to procreate with? Brooklyn wants to procreate Boris Johnson, apparently. Money, power. Boris is what peak performance looks like. Blue Chew. There's a reason they call it Blue Chew. It's to make Tories seem sexually attractive. That's all I'm saying. All right, let's watch something silly. Right, we're gonna go across the ocean now. Either the Atlantic or the Pacific. I can never remember which one it is. Either one. You're in either ocean. We're gonna go over and we're gonna laugh at some Americans now, okay? We've had enough.
Greetings, my good bitches. The name's Francis, Coke Francis. I'm an editor, Twitch streamer, drag artist, and I'm here because I finally get to use the catchphrase I've always wanted to be known for. I'm just here for the fashion. I don't know who keeps giving conservatives art supplies and camera equipment, but they need to be stopped. And look, you know I'm all for freedom of expression, what flips my flapjack won't necessarily flip yours, etc, etc. But whoever this agent of chaos has officially gone too far. My dear friend Casey, aka Sassy Grilled Cheese, informed me that just a hop, skip, and an insurrection away from New York Fashion Week 2024 is a small town in Long Island called Ronkonkoma, where they just held a fashion show of their own. I'm using that term very liberally here, which is ironic because they hate liberals, but not just any fashion show. Not just a conservative fashion show. No, good bitches. This was the very first MAGA fashion show, held in a middle school auditorium that calls itself the America First Warehouse.
Oh.
Tens of people paid $50 a pop to witness what they have dubbed the America First Patriotic Fashion Showcase. Good Christ, subtlety really isn't their forte, is it? The show opened with this guy singing the national anthem, and okay, I guess, but I'm sorry, I thought they hated gay people. Anyway, some lady named Cindy Gross was the MC.
I was gonna say, that's like the campest.
I thought they
already. This is the campest outfit I've ever seen, I think, at a MAGA event. What's going on?
Hated gay people. Anyway, some lady named Cindy Gross was the MC, and she assured the crowd that this show would be about fashion, not politics. There is literally no further commentary I can make on that. In addition to the fresh red, white, and blue drip inspired by arguably the tackiest flag, these fashionistas took their patriotic tour to the next level by also taking inspiration from a 34-time felon who's recently been seen on some rendezvous with the Smiling Titan. And by inspired, I mean they just plaster his name and face onto anything they sell without any kind of like creative incorporation. And some of these pieces retail for hundreds
It's Trump, but in sequins
of dollars. Now, you're probably looking at this and thinking of words like
fabulous
how and why. You're probably wishing that you could rewind to 2 minutes ago when you didn't know that this was a thing. But for me, a drag queen on YouTube who makes a living roasting conservatives and the art they try to make, I don't think I've ever come across an event that I would be more qualified to make a video about. So please, join me as I absolutely thrive in my element today and rank every look from the America First Patriotic Fashion Showcase, which is mostly just a showcase of why these people desperately need gay friends. They could never steal my look, and they for sure can never steal my data. And that's because I am so excited to announce that this video is sponsored by Aura. In case you haven't heard, there was a massive data.
All right, okay. We are gonna skip the. I'm sorry. Aura, yeah.
Identity theft insurance. Keep you /queer personal data to help the victims of this breach, and they probably won't even face repercussions for this leak. We sure do live in a strange timeline. I'm not leaving myself or my family vulnerable to data breaches, and if you don't want to either, head to aura.com/QueenCokeFrancis to try 2 weeks for free. And with that, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Hope you got your shade glasses on. So, unfortunately, even with as much digging as I did, there's actually very little footage of this spectacular showcase, almost as if they're trying to forget it too. But not to worry, good bitches, the internet is forever, and so am I, and so are you. So this footage came from Diet Prada and the Daily Beast, the latter of which 2 journalists were lucky enough to attend this dysfunction in person. There are also a few more outfits that are seen in the closing time, but I felt that they were a little too obscured in these shots for me to judge them fairly, so those have been left out. Once again, the official Queen Coke Francis disclaimer: art is subjective. What flips my flapjack might not flip yours. And as it usually goes when I'm ranking conservative art, I will be grading on a curve. Not to worry, nothing landed above a B. Alright, first off we have this bold bell skirt moment.
I honestly, like, in general, I don't think conservatives are capable of doing art very well.
All right, first off, we have this bold bell skirt moment here. So on the positive side, I love me a petticoat. I love me a big hoop skirt. Red is my favorite color. But boy, there's a lot going on here. The garish stars and stripes aren't even the biggest offenders here. What bothers me the most is the amount of text and the contrasting fonts. And then this designer had decided that that subliminal messaging wasn't enough, so they felt the need to copy paste that one stupid picture. And of course, the design.
I couldn't even work out what that was. That's like the Trump picture.
Designer didn't want us.
Like I would not. Like, that looks like it says Erica's comeback, not America's comeback. I'm like, who's Erica? Who the fuck is Erica, for a start? And also, I wouldn't design this dress like this. Like, I'm getting in my design brain right now. And being like, this is shit! This is shit! What? Vote! And then there's a little colon, and then Erica's comeback, 2024, and then you've got a little square where that picture is. It's so bad.
To forget.
They do not understand, like, how you're supposed to design apparel in the slightest.
What year it was, so they tried squeezing in
like, this is supposed to be a fashion show.
2024 underneath. It's giving running out of room on a happy birthday sign. Absolutely dreadful, but nowhere near the worst we'll see today. So we're gonna kick off this tier list with a low C. Next up, oh god, what a tragedy. Had they not ruined this with this horrendously placed text, while a bit dated, this guy—
You couldn't even get a good font. You couldn't even get a good font. What is that? That's not even a font. That's not even a font. That's just letters with no style.
Gown is actually very elegant and fits this model quite nicely. And of course they had to—
No, I wouldn't even agree with you there.
Ruin this
It's not even elegant.
Lovely cover up as well with that same dumb picture. It's totally not a cult, guys. Definitely not.
It would have been better if it was Comic Sans. Comic Sans would have made this font better.
A cult. Hopefully the designer learns the art of subtlety someday, because aside from that, this is one of the best looks showcased here. It creates a very nice silhouette, and because I'm an awesome guy, I'll give this one a low B. Next up, we have,
Disagree. Even worse than the first one, that. This is ugly. Oh no, it's got his face in there like it's haunted. It's like it's haunted by Trump. Oh, that's really bad.
So according to the Daily Beast's video, this model actually hand-painted this dress herself, so I gotta give points to that. What I don't think she realized is
give
that
her any
having
points.
Donald Trump's jowls right by your lower abdominals creates a protruding tummy when she doesn't actually really have one once you see her profile. Again,
yeah, like, honestly, it gives her, like, it makes her look frumpier than she actually is.
Unnecessary text. We know where you are. We know who you're voting for.
It's like the way, like, cause the bottom part of his face is so big. It's like drawing. It's like having a dress and drawing a pear onto a dress, and like giving it shading. You don't want to draw a pear onto your dress because that will give you an unflattering shape. But that's literally what she's done. But somehow with Trump's face.
We know what year it is. Even if Trump won the presidency, God forbid, this is still going to age terribly. Her idea of subtlety is her cap of all things, having no text. So this one gets a D. Next up, we've got a look—
A pear of what? I mean like a pear. Like the fruit. a pair.
That's perfect for the office before you inevitably get fired for being racist on TikTok. I'm a fan of the Wednesday Addams collar, but the shoulder cut isn't particularly flattering and it makes her arms seem bigger than they actually are. I can't tell if she either needs a better bra or better posture. At least one of those things would help. I do like unconventionally patterned skirts like this though. I can't tell if this is like a founding fathers
just really
painting
boring.
or like a rare photo of Trump actually being in the Oval Office. I don't know, I don't hate this one, so I'll give this a C. Just because your masculinity is fragile doesn't mean your outfits have to be. The America First patriotic fashion showcase caters to all two genders, which means we've got some men's fashion coming in hot down this piece of plywood. This one's giving absolute bare minimum realness.
Wow,
And even though it might look
nothing.
basic from the front,
It's
we are
giving
treated to a
nothing.
visual feast once this model turns around. Put a gun to my head, and
What's
I
that?
still couldn't tell you what I'm looking at here. But aside from Trumpo Cop or whatever that is, this look is
Oh.
okay. It's regular men's fall wear. It fits fine, so I'll give this a C, I guess. This next one, where do I even begin with this one? It's giving picking up the kids from a Santa Clarita elementary school in 2004 in a Chevy Suburban with yellow ribbon stickers. It's giving, I bought my daughter's outfits from Limited Too. God damn it, I'll buy myself one. The price tag still on the hat is such a nice touch. Pants are too long to be considered mom capris, and they're too short to be considered regular pants. A beautiful disaster. Chef's kiss. No notes. This one gets a D. Next up, oh boy, Kaylee here really didn't want to do this, did she? I honestly don't blame her. If
she's
this was the
so
outfit I had to
sad.
model, I would keep my head and shoulders down too. This might actually be the worst look we see today. I'm not sure if the blazer is intentionally too long to cover up these bike shorts that are so unflattering to this poor girl's legs. Her legs are already very...
Who goes out in a blazer and cycling shorts and heels? What's going on? Like, when you have to be at the office at 5 and then, like, you have to go for a bike ride at 7? What's going on here?
Very pale on their own, which is perfectly fine. I say this as someone with the most pale legs of all time, probably more pale than hers. But the length and cut of these shorts make her legs go from pale to pasty, if that makes sense. These Steinmart mule heel shoes, good God. Zero shape, zero silhouette. It's so bad that I didn't even notice the picture on the back of this horrible blazer. This is for sure our inaugural F ranking. This next look is the go-to outfit for brunch at Cracker Barrel. I'll say that the top half of this is fine. The hat is kind of cute. It matches the belt. The shirt is nothing to write home about, but it's relatively inoffensive. It is refreshing to not see the Trumpster's name or face on something for once, so I'll give it points for that. But that skirt is a hate crime. Not just that
It reminds me of the LuLaRoe like style.
Contrasts horribly with the shirt. The pattern itself is awful. The third split in the front makes it flow like a stiff bed sheet. These booties that want to be saddle shoes, but they can't be because this woman is probably in her 30s and therefore can be nowhere near saddle shoes. Christ, the people who tell me I'm tearing the moral fabric of society clearly know nothing about fabric. So this gets a D. Okay, next up, oh look, she's got a little prop with her. This outfit is extremely basic. I'm not super crazy about this top, but I will say that I do like this champagne pink color, and it does fit this model very nicely. She's definitely got the runway model look and build to her, so maybe if she leaves the cult someday and learns to walk in heels, she might have a shot at the real deal. If these leggings were just a plain black and not this weird gunmetal gray, this could actually be a pretty classic classy look, so I'll give this one a high C. Next up, we got a little Halloweeny Kamala Harris blazer moment going on here. A trend you'll notice a lot in this video is that these MAGAnistas love to stick feathers on their clothes and call it fashion. Macaroni is delicious. We're not dragging her into this. I have absolutely no idea what's going on here in the middle, but the overall cut of the blazer is decent, and I do like her shoes. The little bird poops all over it really amp up that camp factor, which I appreciate as a drag queen, but I'm so confused because I thought these people hated drag shows. Anyway, I'll give this a C. Alright, next up, okay, come through, Ice Spice. As awful as this outfit is all around, this model's really feeling her oats here. You know you're truly a good model if you can make even the ugliest garment look like $1,000,000. By no means does this outfit look like it's more than $20, but she's really selling it here. Even though absolutely nothing about it matches or flows, she's even got
It's a bit risque for a conservative fashion show.
her little tiara on because she is truly feeling like a queen today. She's also one of the few models that actually bothered to accessorize. So even though this overall look is so bad that I actually have no words for it, I'm gonna give it a low C because I like her spirit. We've got another men's look here. Okay, someone please tell me that MAGA hasn't like appropriated flowers or something because I'm kind of living for this. It's managed to surpass a threshold of tackiness that reminds me of a quote from the great John Waters.
Design clothes so hideous that they can't be worn ironically.
That could be said for everything we've seen today, but this one actually crossed that threshold and went back.
Like, how is this a conservative fashion show? How are they saying that, like, this is a good thing for men to wear? A conservative fashion show. This, like, goes against everything they say about masculinity.
To being high fashion again. Honestly, the only thing that's really bothering me is that his pants could be fitted a little better, but I'll give this one a B. Work. Next up, man, they really do like their bare chests, don't they? By the way, I have no problem with men showing their bare chests, just as long as they don't shove it down my throat or show it to my children. But boy, what a mess this one is. They seem to really like their blazers too, which is why I'm confused as to why 95% of them don't fit. The pants are a bit too long too, so it just looks like this model shrunk. I will also say, and this might be controversial, I am not a fan of fringe at all. I don't care what the context is. So this one gets a D. This next one, this guy is just happy to be included.
Fringes are impractical. They are impractical for day-to-day usage.
Look at him. It's giving Frank Reynolds when he held that child beauty pageant.
Don't you think,
Again,
Brooklyn?
so many of these designers just cannot be bothered to actually make a patterned fabric, so they just slapdash super glue whatever they can find on sale at Michael's. This definitely not someone's dad. Looks like he got stuck on a conveyor belt in a gift bow factory. But just look at how he works it. And just for that, we're gonna give this one a D. Next up, a perfect example of why these people really need gay friends. Apparently this designer hasn't figured out that you don't actually have to put all of your pieces on one person. You can actually totally use more than one model. We've got this little glittery Napoleon moment up here, and even more feathers sprouting out of her shoulders on this blazer that shouldn't even be on her in the first place. Like, it's a really good thing they had that
I want to know why all these clips that she's using are like 2 pixels. Did she have to go onto the dark web to find these?
flower jacket, because otherwise the extension of their creativity does not go past like gluing feathers in nonsensical areas. This black ribbon is also completely unnecessary, but the dress on its own is quite nice, actually. From what we can see, that isn't covered up by this stupid blazer. If they could just quit bitching about how icky they think gay sex is, this look could have ate. Oh well, this gets a C. Even with how ridiculous and tacky this whole charade is, you cannot convince me that this guy was actually asked to model something. He is dressed in what are absolutely the clothes he wore to the event. His nicer ones though. The ones he'd wear to his sister's funeral, where he'd remark on how his niece is blossoming into a young woman. He is the racist uncle that unites almost every American on the last Thursday of November. F for the the F pile. Sorry, little buddy. Next up, oh look, we got Miss Ice Spice again. And she's looking even worse than before, good god. Clearly this
the
designer
little
graduated
purse.
from feathers and went straight to construction paper. These might be the worst long pants we've seen so far. She's wearing the same shoes from the other look. What else? Oh yeah, apparently these clutches sell for $200. This thing is still failing our oats here, but the charm has faded. Oh, how the mighty fall into the F pile. This next look is an example of the ones I mentioned earlier where there wasn't really enough footage of it for me to judge it fairly, but girl, I had to include this for obvious reasons. I have no idea what it looks like in the front,
What does
but
that
would
say?
that actually change anything?
Swifties.
Staying true to their dear leader's habit of looking at blinding objects, this sea of sequins reads, Swifties for Trump. It's like when your mom and dad fight, but you still love them both. But this abomination is nowhere near the worst part of this. No amount of sequins can distract me from these hideous sweatpants and scuffed sneakers. Also, according to the Beast, this was the only outfit of the night to get booed. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. They know an F when they see one. Next up, my god, y'all. These two divas, holding hands together, walking perfectly in unison. It's like when the internet rightfully shipped the bimbo and the nerd girl from that weird fish cartoon. Are either of these high fashion? No, not by any stretch of the imagination. Nothing we've seen is. That said, these outfits do work. The one on the left is a bit tacky, but that's only because red, white, and blue together are tacky. But it's coordinated, it fits her pretty well. Our butch queen on the right is looking pretty dapper herself. Colors are coordinated, suit fits her nicely. Just precious. Even though they're voting for the leopards eating people's faces party, I'm gonna give these divas a B. We've got some more soccer mom realness served up with this next look. It's basically just a slightly elevated version of the Swifties for Trump look. This model at least had the decency to wear real pants and a nice pair of pumps. I take back what I said about feathers being the only extension of their creativity because they really love their sequins too. And so do I, clearly. That's about it though. Really, queens? No rhinestones? Lace? Ribbons? Chains? I can't believe nobody here used chains to accessorize looks inspired by a 34-time felon. Anyway, if my mom had picked me up from school in this little number, I would have Persona 3'd myself. This one gets a D. Here's our final men's look of the night, and I challenge you, my good bitches, to find one aspect of this outfit that works. I take back what I said earlier again. They're now incorporating string and even more of these shoulder feathers. Oh my god. There are 7 garments present here and not one of them matches the other.
What the
Thankfully, I was
fuck?
too distracted by this knot beard that he airbrushed onto his face. This outfit at least fits his body, but that won't stop me from giving it an F. Alright, we are on to
Why just give them normal outfits and then just a little bit of camp? Like, this is the only bit of camp that we can deal with, just this little bit of feather on the shoulder. That's all we can deal with.
final look from the America First Patriotic Fashion Showcase. Good Christ, that's a mouthful even Lindsey Graham couldn't handle. We've got this pink work jumpsuit, and I will say that I do like the color. On the back it says "Kill the Messenger." I don't know, is this a new code phrase
the
that the right
media
likes to use nowadays?
Ooh.
Conceptually, it's okay, and it's really cute how Republicans still think that you can be punk and conservative because you can't. But the application here is far too sloppy for a fashion showcase. It fits fine from the waist up. I guess they forgot to do that for the bottom half. These ugly ass sneakers make it even worse, but they at least match the undershirt. So with that, our final look at the hottest ticket in Ronkonkoma, Long Island, New York gets a D. In conclusion, please stop giving these people art supplies, or don't, because then I'll never have a shortage of content. But let's at least ban them from the feathers sections at Michael's. Before the library is officially closed, let's check out the wedding comments from the last video. Ghastly Tea Party says, as someone with a slight Jamaican accent, I can break just about anything to white people, and they are instantly—
It's like if you asked AI to make a conservative fashion show. I think like that's as good as they are at art. That's as good as conservatives are at like actually doing something artistic. It's like if you asked AI to make an artistic thing. If you ask AI to like think up a new creative idea, like all the AI is going to do is just smash old ideas together, like shoulder pads and feathers and dangly pearl things, and then put that onto like a blazer and be like, this is a new idea. Like, that's all they can do. They can't really, you know, be inspired by anything or like put actual soul into anything like that. That's what it seems like. It's not human, you know. It's like they're pretending to try and be creative and then not really being creative. It's not coming from anywhere deep inside of themselves. That's how I feel when I like listen to like conservative music and stuff, like Forgiato Blow. It's like he's not really... Nothing's coming from the soul here, is what I feel like. Nothing's coming from the soul of human creativity. It's just sort of like taking elements from things that already exist and smashing them into something new that they think will be marketable to people, to MAGA people. It's the same shit. Yeah. Superficial shit. Okay, now I'm like downing this freaking lemonade now. Really quickly, which is making me need to pee. But we've got a few more American things to look at. We will look at the Tesla event next. Okay, as soon as I come back.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss.
I like to move it. You like to move it. I like to move it. You like to move it. I like to move it. You like to.
This is your town, get your hands up. You get your hands up. You get your hands up. Hands up. This is your town, get your hands up. You get your hands up. You get your hands up. Hands up.
Okay, alright. Is it Musk time? Or maybe like some more fun, just short little things from America that we've been
When the
enjoying
president was
this
shot-
week. Eric Adams. I didn't know this video existed. This is from 13 years ago. I didn't know this existed until this week, but I can't believe that this video is real.
When a person was shot doors from my house, I realized how important my crusade is of removing illegal handguns off the streets of New York. Hi, I'm New York State Senator Eric Adams, and for 22 years I wore a bulletproof vest and stood on the street corners and protected children and families in the city of New York. I'm asking you to join me in this crusade of removing illegal handguns off our streets and out of our homes. Please come and join me inside my house as I show you how simple items such as bamboo paper can be an indicator of marijuana use, or a cut of straw can be an indicator of using cocaine. I will show you how to search a room to ensure that you remove illegal handguns and other contraband from your home. What I would like to show here is
This music is it like this is the music that he decided to add to this video. This has not been added by anybody else. This is his music.
Empower parents on how to search a room inside their home. It's imperative that you should know what's inside your household. And no one can state that you can't search a room in your own home. You write the Constitution. There are no First Amendment rights inside your household. It is your obligation and responsibility not only to protect the child that may be using an illegal drug or carrying an illegal gun, but you also have to protect the members of the household, their younger brothers and younger sisters, and the other elder members of the household. So by periodically sending a message to your home that there are no rooms off limits, you don't believe in locked doors, your house is open to inspection by your house and the members of your house. The message is you expect your children to do what's right, but you always have to inspect what you expect. And that's the key to providing some preventive safety. So if you come to a room like this, you can start out, I always recommend to start out in a periodic fashion so you'll be used to going through the room to look at.
Guys, I'm so cold. I'm gonna have to pump the heating. I'm so cold right now. It's all I can think about right now is how I'm so cold. All right, I'll be back in a second. I have my robe. It's getting too cold. It's getting too cold.
The various items in the room. You can look in the jewelry box. A jewelry box of this nature, maybe a simple jewelry box, but if you look through it closely, you don't know what your child may be hiding. For instance,
what's in the jewelry
a gun
box?
could be hidden. A small caliber weapon could be hidden inside a jewelry box. Look at the various colognes and perfumes and photos and pictures. You should always, when your child brings in his popular knapsack with many different locations, look through it to see what exactly is your child carrying in addition to a book. Something simple as a crack pipe, a used crack pipe. Could you have found it on the street? That's quite possible. But this is
I always had crack pipes in my bag as a kid. I don't know about you. Something simple as a crack pipe. Something simple as a crack pipe.
It's a discussion piece where you should start speaking with him to find out what is he doing with it. and the whole use of drugs. This invokes conversations. Look at picture frames and behind them, cameras. Try to determine what's taking place. Behind a picture frame, you can find bullets. What does that mean to find bullets? Does it mean your child is carrying a gun? No. Where there's smoke,
Just some
there's
innocent
possible
bullets.
fire. Where there's a bullet, there's possibly a gun. You should engage in the conversation and find out what are they doing with the item, and this empowers the parents. Look at all the items inside the room and feel around and see what's the possibility. Something simple as a baby doll. Could be just a baby doll, but also it could be a place where you can secrete or hide drugs. Run your hands over the pillows and see if you feel anything that's unusual. Like a pillow like this where the button is a perfect invitation to hide something. And I've felt something bumpy. I will reach in, see what it is. This one could be hidden inside a pillow, a gun. Maybe something that you'll think that can't be hidden there, but it can. And what happens not only when the person who is carrying this illegal gun is in possession of it, but also a child that comes into the room and plays on the bed, they find this gun. Let me tell you what a child would do. A child would take this gun, and because the trigger pull is so hard, they normally take the gun and they point it in their direction to pull down on it. So many gun accidents take place merely because a child discovers a gun in the room and believes it's a toy, and they play with the gun. Just look and see what's inside your bookcases. It could be more than just books. Perfect place to hide cocaine or other illegal substance inside the room. My message to you, you have an obligation.
What you need to do is get on that kid's computer, see what he's doing on there, you know what I mean?
To protect your home. The First Amendment does not apply to the right of parents to go through their homes to remove
He might be watching the Mooncat stream.
Contraband.
On the dark web. Twitch.tv.
Or any other unsafe item. There are no First Amendment rights in your home. You have a duty and obligation to protect the members of your household.
Oh no, not the wank sock. You don't want to find the wank sock. You are far more likely to find a wank sock than any of those things, I would say. And you don't want to find a wank sock. All right, let's look at Elon. Are they cheering him because he got into a car? Where are these cheering sounds coming from? Did they mic up the nerds in the crowd?
Welcome to the Wee Robot Party. So we have quite a show for you tonight. I think you're gonna like it. As you can see, I just arrived in the robotaxi, the cybercab, and there's 20 more where that came from. So they
Just the cheering, it's the incessant cheering. Why? You're just cheering everything he says. Why?
been traveling. There's no people in them, as you can see. The car's just going by with no people. And we have 50 fully autonomous cars here tonight. So you'll see Model Ys and the Cyber Cab, all driverless. You'll be able to take a ride in the Cyber Cab. There's no steering wheel or pedals.
Wow, he made them autonomous in this tiny little arena that he's hired out for this event. But if you put them out on the actual road, they will murder you. Woo!
So I hope this goes well. I think
Hopefully you won't die.
the cost of autonomous transport will be so low that you can think of it like individualized mass transit. The average cost of a bus per mile for a city, not the ticket price because that is subsidized, but the average price is about $1 a mile. Whereas the cost of Cybercab, we think probably over time, from the operating cost is probably going to be around 20 cents a mile. And price, including taxes and everything else, probably ends up being 30 or 40 cents a mile. So yes, and you will be able to buy one. Yes, exactly.
This is why Elon Musk is such a dick. It's because of all of these little fucking dweebs you can hear screaming, jizzing at every fucking word he says. This is why he's the level of dickhead that he is.
We expect the cost to be below $30,000. We do expect actually to start fully autonomous, unsupervised FSD in Texas and California next year. And that's with the Model 3 and Model Y. And then we expect to be in production with the Cybercab, which is really highly optimized for autonomous transport in probably, well, I tend to be a little optimistic with timeframes, but in 2026. So, yeah, before 2027. Let me put it that way. When you get in, you'll see like it's really quite a wild experience to just be in a car with no steering wheel, no pedals, no controls, and it feels great. Something we're also doing is, and it's really high time we did this, is inductive charging. So the robotaxi has no plug. It just goes over the inductive charger and charges. So yeah, it's kind of how it should be. Oh, and
wait, what was that?
And it's really high time we did this, is inductive charging. So the robotaxi has no plug. It just goes over the inductive charger and charges. So
Oh, right, he's not talking about the things that are showing on the screen. I was very confused. I was like, how is this vacuum charging the car?
And it's really high time we did this, is inductive charging. So the robotaxi has no plug. It just goes over the inductive charger and charges. So yeah,
So
it's kind of how it should be. Oh, and also, what happens if you need a vehicle that is bigger than a Model Y?
I don't get the design of this. Why is it so close to the ground? Why is there no clearance? Why is it designed like this? Like, they know full well that there are speed bumps, it's going to have to go up and down hills. How does it drive over anything that's not a flat road? It is a toaster. But like, how it doesn't even like, and it doesn't even make sense physically with the basic rules of engineering. You need clearance. You need wheels and you need clearance to be able to drive on roads that already exist, unless you're planning on building a load of roads that are completely flat. What the fuck? This doesn't make any sense.
The Robovan.
It doesn't. Why? And like, why even make it that low anyway? Oh, hello, Raiders. I'm in the middle of a rant about this fucking Robovan. But why do you need something so close to the floor anyway, unless you're planning on going around fucking corners at 90 miles an hour? Is this thing going to be going around corners at 90 miles an hour? Probably fucking not. I fucking hope not. Without a fucking driver in it.
The Robovan is...
Thanks, Ollie. Thanks for the donation.
We're going to make this, and it's going to look like that. Now, can you imagine going down the streets and you see this coming towards you?
Yeah, I'd be like, why? Why is it designed like that? It makes no sense.
That'd be sick.
No, that's not what I would be saying. There is no clearance there. It's literally against the floor. There is no clearance there. Like, that thing would go over a pebble and you would hit the ceiling. You would hit the fucking ceiling of that thing if it hit a pebble on the road.
So this can carry up to 20 people, and it can also transport goods. So you can configure it for goods transport within a city, or transport of up to 20 people at a time. So this is gonna, the Robovan is what's gonna solve for high density. So if you want to take a sports team somewhere, or you're looking to really get the cost of travel down to, I don't know, 5-10 cents a mile, then you can use the Robovan. Some people call it.
Why is he saying it like that? The Robovan. The Robovan. Just say the shitty name that you've given it. The really uninspiring name that you've given it. Just say it as it is. Don't give it a shitty name and then like pronounce it like it was something profound. You should pronounce it as shitty as you made it. Robovan. It's not Robovan. It's Robovan. Stop trying to convince us that the name of it even was intelligent in any way.
The Robovan, but speaking of robots, so everything we've developed for our cars, the batteries, power electronics, the advanced motors, gearboxes, the software, the AI inference computer, it all actually applies to a humanoid robot. So the same techniques, it's just a robot with arms and legs instead of a robot with wheels.
I really just want to give these things a little bit, just a little nudge. I really just want to Just push them over.
And we've made a lot of progress with Optimus. And as you can
I poop in my pants.
see, we started up with someone in a robot suit, sort of down, and then we've progressed dramatically year after year. So if you extrapolate this, you're really going to have something spectacular, something that anyone could own. So you could have your own personal R2-D2 C-3PO. And I think...
Why would you want that, though? Why would you want that?
At scale, this would cost something like, I don't know, $20,000, $30,000. Probably less than a car, is my prediction, long term. Now, it'll take us a minute to get to the long term, but fundamentally, at scale, the Optimus robot, you should be able to buy an Optimus robot for, I think, probably $20,000 to $30,000 long term.
This is so fucking dumb. Like, it's like, this is what idiots think that the future is having robots who act like us and can do everything that we do. That's not the best way to harness technology, is to try and make them do what we do.
It'll take us a minute to get to the
It never will be.
long term, but
like, for example, this robot is like watering plants. What else was it doing?
but fundamentally at scale,
Picking up mail. Why do you need anything to do that for you?
the Optimus robot, you should be able to buy an Optimus.
That's never been a difficult thing to do. Unless maybe you're severely disabled. Like, these are things that humans do not find it difficult to do. Unless they're severely disabled. Like, we find ways to make these tasks easier, such as watering plants. We can get like automatic, like waterers or whatever, but like this isn't even a difficult thing to do in the grand scheme of things. And these are all things that we don't like really mind doing anyway. Like, if you hate life that much that you hate watering your own plants, then there are like internal questions that you need to ask yourself, If you have houseplants, you know that care comes in to, there's a certain amount of care required if you have houseplants. And there's a kind of reward that comes out of that. They're like your sort of little pets. I don't know. This is such like rich pilled. I don't know how to explain it. It's so rich pilled. It's like these are all the things that rich people sort of hire people to do because they've sort of lost contact with anything that's sort of like that's normal to do in a household.
This robot for, I think, probably $20,000 to $30,000 long term. So, and what can it do? It'll basically do anything you want. So it can be a teacher, babysit your kids. It can walk your dog, mow your lawn, get the.
These are all just like day-to-day life things. It's like they depict it here like, oh, well, you'll be freed up to spend time with your child. But like, they're things that you would like do with your child. You would do day-to-day tasks with your child. Like what would be left at the end of the day to do with your kid if you'd got your robot to do everything for you? Are you going to be reduced to like a few tasks that you want to do with your kid? Are there certain things that you would want to do with your kid, and there's certain things that you're not supposed to want to do with your kid? Like wiping down the worktops in the kitchen, that's something that you're supposed to not to want to do? It doesn't make any sense. It's also not a difficult thing to do. Like, what do they expect us to want to do day to day? Work, and then go home and sit there and watch TV. Work, go home and sit there and watch TV. Not do any household chores, not do anything else. Nothing else whatsoever, because the robots will do all of that. What's the point? I don't know. I just don't... I feel like people don't want this. People want to work less. People don't want to... I feel like people don't want things that are going to do their jobs at home. I think people want to spend more time at home with their families, but they don't give a shit what they're doing when they're at home with their families. They just don't want to be at work as much.
Be a teacher, babysit your kids, it can walk your dog, mow your lawn, get the groceries, just be your friend, serve drinks. Whatever you can think of, it will do. And yeah, it's going to be awesome. I think this will be the biggest product ever of any kind.
It's like those little day-to-day tasks, though. It's like they are life. That is what life is. So, like, if you have a robot taking over everything you do day to day, I mean, what is life anymore? What does life become? You just sit there in front of the TV just watching slop when you get home from work every day. What is life? I don't know. What do I know? I enjoy the little tasks that I do in between working and doing absolutely nothing. I enjoy those menial tasks that I have to do. But even so, I think he's sort of implying that a robot able to do that is much closer than it actually is. I understand that under some context it might be useful, but what is life? Baby, don't hurt me no more. But that's like, ironically, one of the hardest things to get AI to learn how to do is like, for example, if like you could ask a person to walk into any kitchen and say, make me a cup of coffee, and they might find it a little bit difficult to like find where everything is, find where the coffee is, find where the coffee making machine is, find the milk, find the fridge, find the milk, find the spoons, find the sugar if you want the sugar. But a human would be able to do that using a very clever brain that knows what concepts are, i.e. what fridges generally look like, what coffee generally looks like. The real test is getting an AI robot to be able to do that like a human. And I think we're way further from like being able to get an AI robot to do that than we think. And way further from that than what Elon Musk likes you to think that we are. Because if you think about it, AI doesn't learn things in the same way that humans do. like an AI has to learn things through or, you know, data collection. Like for an AI robot like that to be able to learn how to make a cup of coffee in any kitchen in the entire world, it would have to collect so much information about kitchens, so much information about coffee machines, so much information about fridges and different types of milk cartons. Whereas humans are very good at deciphering what concepts are, like the concept of a milk carton, and that they come in many shapes and sizes, and they are normally found in fridges. We're very good at, like, we've got that straight away. We've got that. An AI takes fucking ages to learn that kind of shit. You have to, like, feed it loads and loads and loads and loads of pictures, and it still gets loads of shit wrong. So that's the real test, is like getting AI to do shit like that. I'm not saying it could never happen, but I think it's a very long way away. If you stop and consider how much goes into every step in making coffee, it would be impossible for an autonomous machine to do it. Yeah. And I also just think it's like, it's not an efficient way to utilize technology. It looks good. It looks cool to have like a humanoid robot make you a coffee. Like, we think, because of like sci-fi and shit in all of the films we've watched, that looks like the future to us. But I don't think it's the most efficient way to use technology or to use AI. I think AI could be very useful, but getting a humanoid robot to make you a coffee is not an efficient way to use it, because we can do that ourselves very well. I don't think it's an efficient to try and train AI to do things that we can already do very well. We should be trying to train it to do things that we can't do very well ourselves. Anyway, I have a few I have a few more bits. Okay, I have this little clip from, I think, from the Discord. Oh, that laugh.
You're fucked, dude. I'm fucked. If we lose, I'm fucked.
It does seem that way. You can't just be like, yo,
Yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think? Will I see my children? I don't know.
Because it's not like you can say, well, yeah, I maxed out. If
He really doesn't give a fuck if he sees his children or not, really, does he? But no, if he loses, he basically bought Twitter for nothing. If Trump loses, he's basically wasted all that money. But I don't think he cares at this point. Elon Musk got to the level of rich where it really, like, money was just nothing to him anymore. And that's why he wasted so much buying Twitter, and he overpaid for it, because he didn't care anymore. You have that money, what are you going to spend it on apart from as much power as you can possibly get? Because power makes you even more money. Either way, he's bought himself a lot of power through buying Twitter. It doesn't matter how bad that he runs the website. It doesn't matter how shit he is at running it. He has power. That's all he cares about. So if Trump loses, yeah, he's wasted a lot of money, but he'll still own the website. He'll keep trying to get a Republican candidate elected. He won't give up, because they benefit his businesses. It's the same reason Murdoch runs most of tabloids at a loss. Absolutely. No, I'm not shit-faced. I will have you know I'm drinking lemonade right now.
Oh, and what happens if you need a vehicle that is bigger than
What is
you were building?
the Tesla van?
This is we're going to make this, and it's going to look like that.
Oh my gosh! Of course they're gonna make this.
And you see this coming toward you. That was sick.
Now, make it go over a speed bump. Then I'll be whooping.
This can carry up to 20 people and can also transport goods. So you can configure it for goods transport within a city or...
Oh dear. Ooh. New Tesla Robovan. Robovan is a 20-seat transport pod with no driver. The self-driving all-electric bus was revealed as Tesla's We Robot event. Tesla has just revealed its new robo-taxi, but alongside it was the Tesla Robovan, a 20-seater bus that features full self-driving technology. Tesla says the Robovan could take on school bus duties, but isn't limited to mass transportation of people. It can be configured to carry goods in industries from construction to food services. The Robovan's design is pretty futuristic and eye-catching. But speaking at the We Robot reveal event in Burbank, California, Elon Musk said, "We are going to make this and it will look like that." Great. The Tesla CEO and founder said, "We want to change the look of the roads. The future should look like the future." You mean the future should look like some stupid fucking sci-fi movies that you saw? While the Tesla Robovan interior looks pretty spacious with rows of seats facing each other, there's also the luggage storage in the boot and the frunk of the vehicle. That's a horrible word. Frunk. As with the Tesla Robotaxi, the Robovan comes with a full self-driving capability, with no visible steering wheel or even a traditional driver-style seat arrangement inside. So there's like no way you can override this thing if anything goes wrong. Cool. There's no word on whether the Robovan will come to the UK, but self-driving car technology did receive backing earlier this year when the UK government passed a bill called the Automated Vehicles Act. This enables the introduction of the fully autonomous vehicles to UK roads within the next couple of years, provided they achieve a level of safety at least as high as careful and competent human drivers. There were no details on pricing or technical information of the Robovan, but we expect both fleet and retail sales to be available for the electric bus when it hits the market. Given the sheer size of the Robovan, we could see much larger batteries being introduced, though this could depend on the specific use case for the vehicle, whether that be a city-based form of transport or something that undertakes much longer journeys with heavy loads. Would you ever trust a fully autonomous vehicle? Let us know in the comment section below. Well, you know what though? Jim Cramer has called it disappointing. He's called the whole event disappointing. So that actually might mean that this is the best product in history.
Last night, Tesla had its long-anticipated We Robot event, the big unveiling event for their upcoming robotaxis. And as you can see from the stock's hideous 8.8% decline today, let's just say it didn't go over well. Remember, Tesla needed a win here. Around the middle of last year, Wall Street realized that there just wasn't as much demand for electric vehicles as people thought. EV growth started slowing across the whole auto industry, and Tesla in particular just got clobbered as it faced all sorts of new competition.
I'm making Jim Cramer's show better now.
For a more slowly growing pie. Hey, some of these new electric cars from China are incredible and very reasonably priced. Tesla actually saw its delivery shrink for the first 2 quarters of the year. And they were only up in the third quarter because the company was lapping a bad production quarter from the year before. And that's why the stock lost more than...
This is what Tesla stocks did.
half of its value from July of last year through this April, when it bottomed to 138. What happened in April? Elon Musk changed the conversation. Even though Tesla reported a disappointing quarter, Musk very effectively pivoted to talking about self-driving cars. And it all hinged on this robotaxi event.
I've got one of them as well.
The whole reason to own the stock here, I think. Something Musk flat out admitted on that first conference call. That turned that around the stock for a while. People liked it, okay. In fact, it nearly doubled in 3 months. I got excited about it, too. But when Tesla reported another weak quarter in July and announced that the robotaxi event was delayed to October, the stock went into another tailspin. Of course, it bottomed again within a month and then started ramping. That move was all about anticipation, not just of the robotaxi event, but also for a rate cut cycle from the Federal Reserve. Unfortunately, when the We Robot event finally arrived, the market just was not impressed. Sure, anyone who watched this thing has to admit, this thing was visually stunning. We were mesmerized by it in the office. There were 3 main pieces of hardware that debuted last night. First was the robotaxi itself, which Musk calls the Cybercab. Good name. A sleek 2-seater coupe-like vehicle with gull-wing doors and a clean, simple interior. No steering wheel or pedals. Only 2 people, please. Crucially, Musk said the Cybercab will cost less than $30,000, so that small business owners can buy whole fleets of them. He took a little ride in one of these Cybercabs around the Warner Brothers lot to kick off the event, and afterwards, attendees had a chance to ride in it. Pretty cool. Many came away quite impressed. Of course, there's nothing truly surprising here. The surprise, though, was a new van or bus-like vehicle that Tesla's calling the RoboVan, which can carry up to 20 people and also transport goods. Very Art Deco. This is what we thought the future would look like when I was a kid, which was like, 100 years ago. Finally, the coolest piece of hardware we saw last night was Tesla's humanoid robot. This I love, okay? Orally called the Tesla Bot or Optimus. Now, we've seen these things before, but it's always cool to see the latest generation of these robots. Last night, they were dancing on stage, serving drinks. They were even having some pretty good conversations with people. Musk reiterated that these Optimus robots will be for sale at scale and would cost around $20,000 to $30,000. He said that Optimus could do, quote, anything you want. So it can be a teacher, a babysit your kids, it can walk your dog, mow your lawn, get your groceries, just be your friend, serve drinks, whatever you can think of, end quote. I don't know, I can use one of those. My wife's mad at me, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to kill some time when she's playing Candy Crush. Again, visually, all this was stunning. Musk really put the vision in visionary. But what about financially? Oh, really? The finances? Okay. Look, Tesla's a big problem. The electric vehicle market turned out to be substantially smaller than most thought. If they want to pivot to self-driving
I'm not interested until this sex robots. I'm not.
cars, they need to really flesh that out. And last night, we just didn't get much in the way of specific details. One of my favorite analysts, a fellow by the name of Morgan Stanley's Adam Jonas. And someone who'd been a big Tesla fan, but he published a reaction note to We Robot, and it was titled, I saw this morning, it said it's going to be a long day for this guy, for Tesla. This is disappointing lack of detail. And here's the issue. It's very hard to get self-driving technology to work right. And it's even harder to roll it out because you need to get local governments on board. And the moment there's a single accident, all the politicians panic. Now, Musk said that a full autonomous version of Tesla's driver assistance system will be available in Texas and California next year. That's a genuine positive. Remember, Austin's got it. And by the way, Atlanta is going to have Waymos. But when he was asked about the robotax timing, the answer was underwhelming. You got to listen to this. This thing is really jarring.
We expect to be in production with the Cybercab, which is really highly optimized for autonomous transport. in probably, well, I tend to be a little optimistic with timeframes, but in 2026. So, yeah, before 2027. Let me put it that way.
Needless to say, that didn't inspire a lot of confidence. And there was no timeline at all for the other stuff, including the robots. Not many people can get away with what he just did, because he's a...
Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Jim Cramer. I agree with Jim Cramer.
Genius, obviously, we're going to look the other way, but that was not good.
Thing is, though, like, it's like he can literally say anything at this point, and it doesn't fucking matter. It clearly doesn't matter what he says at this point. He's basically running a Ponzi scheme at this point. But he can legally do it like no one's ever... He's too big to fail at this point. He's basically doing everything that Elizabeth Holmes did. But Elizabeth Holmes's mistake was that she did all of this straight away. She did all of this scamming stuff straight away. That was her mistake. She burst straight into the market with all of the scamming. Whereas Elon Musk, he did like he delivered on like a few things a little bit for a while. And then he was like, all of the investors were so in deep with him that they couldn't escape at this point. They were just like, yeah, now he can just do anything. He can do like a million Elizabeth Holmeses and nothing will happen to him at this point. He lubed into the scam. He lubed into it, whereas Elizabeth Holmes, she just went straight in without lube, and that's why she got caught. And that's why she's in jail. She didn't lube into it with the investors. You need to lube into things, and then they're not crimes.
Worse, there wasn't a lot of substance to the demonstration. It's not that hard to make a self-driving car do a predetermined loop around a closed course at a Warner Brothers lot. I personally believe the Tesla self-driving tech is pretty good, but they didn't do much to prove it last night. This is especially important because Google's Waymo has a full fleet of unsupervised autonomous taxis running revenue-generating routes in San Francisco, Phoenix, LA, and Austin. We were one in San Francisco. I thought it was fantastic. Plus, beyond Musk's very broad commentary on pricing, there was little to no detail on the economics at last night's event. Musk gave some info about some average operating costs of the Cybercab, saying it would cost 20 cents per mile run, with customers paying 30 to 40 cents per mile. Now, if that's true, the Cybercab does indeed have a major cost advantage versus Waymo, which uses more complex and expensive LiDAR systems for its self-driving technology. And Musk also claimed that the Robovan would have average operating costs of 5 to 10 cents per mile. But he didn't give us any evidence, so who knows whether these numbers are accurate or not. At the end of the day, the market's reaction tells you basically all you need to know. Let me put it this way. Not only did Tesla stock almost drop 9%, but Uber, which faces an existential threat from robotaxis, actually saw its stock rally nearly
What happened to Waymo's stock?
11%, climbing to new all-time highs.
Whoa!
Wall Street clearly doesn't have much confidence that the Cybercab will be viable anytime soon, or obviously we wouldn't see Uber stock roar like that. And without the self-driving kicker, Tesla's back to being an automaker that went all in on the decelerating electric vehicle space. All that said, I've been following Tesla for a long time now, and historically the best time to buy is when everyone's doubting Elon Musk. We know from discussions with NVIDIA's Jensen Huang that Tesla's invested a lot of money in the type of infrastructure that you need for artificial intelligence, a neural network. At the end of the day, autonomous driving is just AI. So even though I definitely wouldn't be a buyer after the robotaxi event, I wouldn't short Tesla either. Even if you don't want to bet with Elon Musk, it's way too dangerous to bet against him. Here's the bottom line. Even though Tesla's robotaxi event was gorgeous, we didn't get enough detail to justify treating this company like an autonomous driving business rather than an electric vehicle maker. So for now, I recommend taking a page from Switzerland and staying on the sidelines with this one. There's just not enough specifics to hang a hat on. Mad Money is back after the break.
Coming up, is this company the belle of the ball? Kramer gets his reps in on a power stock that's packing the protein. Next.
Protein Maxing!
Don't miss a second of Mad Money.
Oh, Jim Cramer makes me laugh. All right, I need to pee again. Just a small little pee. Just a small little wee wee.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss.
I can't believe it's nearly 2 a.m. And I'm not even that tired yet. I promise you I would be signing off if I was tired. But I'm not actually lagging that much yet. So, you know, we'll go on for a bit longer. It's only 9 p.m. where you are. In what area of the world is it 9 p.m. right now? Somewhere in America. Atlanta, Georgia. Georgia. EST. Nice. It's 6 p.m. in America, is it? In all of America. Everybody else is lying and there's only one time zone in all of America. That reminds me of the when Philomena Kunk is talking about time. It won't be soon after climate change. I watched something about how they make moments of wonder and all of that. Basically, all of her interviews with experts, and like apparently early on, like nobody knew who Philomena Kunk was, so they could basically, you know, blindside the experts, and they were coming into it completely blind. But apparently, too many of them like know who she is now, so they can't really get anybody to go into it blind anymore. So basically, what they do before the interview takes place is they basically say to the expert, just treat her like she's a child. Just talk to her like she's a child. And then they just like go along with whatever she says. But either way, it's always hilarious. This article, I came across this article and I found it quite interesting. Oh my God, the King Arthur Camelot. Wait, shall we just find that? Okay, it's just a short clip. It's too good.
King Arthur. King Arthur came a lot, didn't he?
I think you mean that he's associated with the court of Camelot.
No, it definitely says King Arthur came a lot.
Camelot.
Camelot.
Yeah, it's his court where he held court. It's a place.
All right. But do we know if he came a lot, or like just the same as an average man, like about a tablespoon?
The only evidence I have in that regard is that he is said to have had one child.
Right. So probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not. Probably not. About a tablespoon. Oh. So this article has been doing the rounds. I don't know if anybody else has seen it, but basically it's about how misinformation has been going on around about the hurricanes. And it's about like free speech online. Well, he doesn't specifically talk about free speech, but the truth is, it's getting harder to describe the extent to which a meaningful percentage of Americans have dissociated from reality. As Hurricane Milton churned across the Gulf of Mexico last night, I saw an onslaught of outright conspiracy theorizing and utter nonsense, racking up millions of views across the internet. The posts would be laughable if they weren't taken by many people as gospel. Among them, InfoWars' Alex Jones, who claimed that Hurricanes Milton and Helene were weather weapons unleashed on the East Coast by the US government, and truth seeker accounts on X that posted photos of condensation trails in the sky, baselessly alleged that the government was spraying Florida ahead of Hurricane Milton in order to ensure maximum rainfall, just like they did over Asheville. As Milton made landfall, causing a series of tornadoes, a verified account on X reposted a TikTok video of a massive funnel cloud with the caption, "What is happening to Florida?" The clip, which was eventually removed, but had been viewed 662,000 times as of yesterday evening, turned out to be from a video of a CGI tornado that was originally published months ago. Scrolling through these platforms, watching them fill with false information, harebrained theories and doctored images, all while panicked residents boarded up their houses, struggled to evacuate, and prayed that their worldly possessions wouldn't be obliterated overnight, offered a portrait of American discourse almost too bleak to reckon with head on. Even in a decade marred by online grifters, shameless politicians, and an alternative right-wing media complex pushing anti-science fringe theories, the events of the past few weeks stand out for their depravity and nihilism, as two catastrophic storms upended American cities. A patchwork network of influencers and fake news peddlers have done their best to sow distrust, stoke resentment, and interfere with relief efforts. But this is more than just a misinformation crisis. To watch as real information is overwhelmed by crank theories and public servants battle death threats is to confront two alarming facts. facts. First, that a durable ecosystem exists to ensconce citizens in an alternate reality. And second, that the people consuming and amplifying those lies are not helpless dupes, but willing participants. Some of the lies and obfuscation are politically motivated, such as the claim that FEMA is offering only $750 in total to hurricane victims who have lost their home. In reality, FEMA offers $750 as immediate serious needs assistance to help people get basic supplies, such as food and water. Donald Trump, JD Vance, and Fox News have all repeated that lie. Trump also posted, and later deleted, on Truth Social that FEMA money was given to undocumented migrants, which is untrue. Elon Musk, who owns X, claimed without evidence that FEMA was actively blocking shipments and seizing goods and services locally and locking them away to state that they are their own. It's very real and scary how much they have taken control to stop people helping. That post has been viewed more than 40 million times. Other influencers, such as the Trump sycophant Laura Loomer, have urged their followers to disrupt the disaster agency's effort to help hurricane victims. Do not comply with FEMA, she posted on X. This is a matter of survival. It's fucking wild. The result of this fear-mongering is what you might expect. Angry, embittered citizens have been harassing government officials in North Carolina, as well as FEMA employees. According to an analysis by the Institute for Strategic Dialogue and Extremism Research Group, falsehoods around hurricane response have spawned credible threats and incitement to violence directed at the federal government, including calls to send militias to face down FEMA. The study also found that 30% of the X posts analysed by ISD contained overt anti-Semitic hate, including abuse directed at public officials, such as the mayor of Asheville, North Carolina, the FEMA Director of Public Affairs, and the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security. The posts received a collective 17.1 million views of October the 7th. As of October 7th. Online, first responders are pleading with residents, asking for their help to combat the flood of lies and conspiracy theories. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell said that the volume of misinformation could hamper relief efforts. If it creates so much fear that my staff doesn't want to go out in the field, then we're not going to be in a position where we can help people, she said in a news conference on Tuesday. In Pensacola, North Carolina, Assistant Fire Chief Bradley Boone vented his frustrations on Facebook. I'm trying to rescue my community, he said in a live stream. I ain't got time to chase down every Facebook rumor. We've been through enough. It is difficult to capture the nihilism of the current moment. The pandemic saw Americans distrustful of authority, trying to discredit effective vaccines, spreading conspiracy theories, and attacking public health officials. But what feels novel in the aftermath of this month's hurricanes is how the people doing the lying aren't even trying to hide the provenance of their bullshit. Similarly, those sharing the lies are happy to admit that they do not care what they're pushing is real or not. Such was the case last week when Republican politicians shared an AI-generated viral image of a little girl holding a puppy while supposedly fleeing Helene. Though the image was clearly fake and quickly debunked, some politicians remained defiant. Y'all, I don't know where this photo came from, and honestly, it doesn't matter. Amy Karima, who represents Georgia on the Republican National Committee, wrote after sharing the fake image, I'm leaving it because it's emblematic of the trauma and pain people are going through right now. Is that a link to the actual tweet? Where is the actual... Oh, there it is. This picture has been seared into my mind. It's so obviously fake. So obviously fake. Like, how? I don't know how. That's the thing. I don't know how to put my finger on it. It just looks so fake. I just don't know how to explain why. It's like this. I don't know. It looks like too. The skin looks too sort of airbrushed. This looks too smooth. Like the life jacket, it looks too smooth. The dog, it looks a bit cartoony. I mean, she does have the right amount of fingers. I'll give it that. It just looks too weird to be real. It looks too perfect. It was like, I don't know, someone happened to have, I don't know, a $5,000 DSLR, and they just whipped it out in the middle of this flood in a boat. And that they had the perfect depth of field setting. It just doesn't seem realistic. And like after they took the photo, then they like photoshopped it in various ways. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any rain in front of this girl, only behind her. The depth of field is like really shallow. Like they had a proper, like, I don't know, like they needed a proper DSLR and lens to get that effect. Like it's too perfect that there's another boat behind her and it's completely not obscured by this whatsoever. There's not enough detail in this puppy's fur. Like you'd expect more like straggly hairs coming off. I don't know, there's so many things wrong with this. But it's like uncanny valley, like that it's hard to explain why. You just know. If you had more than 2 brain cells, which is obviously not what this Amy Creamer has. Women for Trump. Creamer wasn't alone. The journalist Parker Malloy compiled screenshots of people acknowledging this image is AI, but still insisting that it's real on some deeper level. Proof, Malloy noted, that we're living in the post-reality. The technology writer Jason Kubler argued that we've entered the fuck it era of AI slop and political messaging, with AI-generated images being used to convey whatever partisan message suits the moment, regardless of truth. Yeah. People acknowledging this image is AI, but still insisting that it's real on some deeper level. I don't even care if it's AI. It's still accurate. It's a thing that never happened. CN says this is AI. In this case, I don't care. We should look out for our own Americans before the rest of the world, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if there was a girl fitting the description that wasn't lucky enough to make it to a photographer for such an image. Yes, this is AI generated, however, it is still an accurate depiction of what people in the Southeast have endured. All while Kamala was in California at a fucking fundraiser. Y'all, I don't know where this photo came from, and honestly, it doesn't matter. It's seared into my mind forever. These are people going, through much worse than what is shown in this pic. So I'm leaving it because it's emblematic of the trauma and pain people are living through right now. Wow, I can't believe Kamala wasn't there on that boat. You know what the bloody lefties should do that are concerned about factual images. What they should do is they should AI generate a picture of Kamala rescuing puppies from the floodwaters. And then they should write tweets like, you know what? In essence, it's true. So it doesn't matter. This has all been building for more than a decade. On the Colbert Report back in 2005, Stephen Colbert coined the word truthiness, which he defined as the belief in what you feel to be true rather than what the facts will support. This reality fracturing is the result of an information ecosystem that is dominated by platforms that offer financial and attentional incentives to lie and enrage, and to turn every tragedy and large event into a shameless content creation opportunity. This collides with a swath of people who would rather live in an alternate reality built on trust and grievance than change their fundamental beliefs about the world. But the misinformation crisis is not always what we think it is. So much of the conversation around misinformation suggests that its primary job is to persuade. But as Michael Caulfield, an information researcher at the University of Washington, has argued, the primary use of misinformation is not to change the beliefs of other people at all. Instead, the vast majority of misinformation is offered as a service for people to maintain their beliefs in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with him there. Oh my god, my camera! I'll switch it off for a second. I don't know what's going on with it. It's not even like that close to the radiator. I'll leave it off for a second. The distinction is important, in part because it assigns agency to those who consume and share obviously fake information. What is clear from comments such as Kramer's is that she is not a dupe, although she may come off as deeply incurious and shameless. She is publicly admitting to being an active participant in the far right's world-building project, where feel is always greater than real. What we're witnessing online during and in the aftermath of these hurricanes is a group of people desperate to protect the dark, fictitious world they've built. Rather than deal with the realities of a warming planet hurling once-in-a-generation storms at them every few weeks, they'd rather malign and threaten meteorologists who, in their minds, are nothing but a trained subversive liar programmed to spew stupid shit to support the global warming bullshit, as one ex-user put it. It is a strategy designed to silence voices of reason because those voices threaten to expose the cracks in their current worldview. But their efforts are doomed, futile, as one dispirited meteorologist wrote on X this week. Murdering meteorologists won't stop hurricanes. She followed with, I can't believe I just had to type that. I'm going to turn the radiator down as well, just to make sure my camera cools down. I honestly don't know if it's... Oh, wait. There we go, I've turned it down. What is clear is that a new framework is needed to describe this fracturing. Misinformation is too technical, too freighted, and, after almost a decade of Trump, too political. Nor does it explain what is really happening, which is nothing less than a cultural assault on any person or institution that operates in reality. If you are a weather person, you're a target. The same goes for journalists, election workers, scientists, doctors, and first responders. These jobs are different, but the thing they share is that they all must attend to and describe the world as it is. This makes them dangerous to people who cannot abide by the agonizing constraints of reality, as well as those who have financial and political interests in keeping up the charade. In one sense, these attacks and their increased desperation make sense. The world feels dark for many people, and it's tempting to meet that with a retreat into a delusion that they've got everything figured out, that the powers that be have conspired against them directly, but in turning away, they exacerbate a crisis that has characterized the Trump era, one that will reverberate to Election Day and beyond. Americans are divided not just by political beliefs, but by whether they believe in a shared reality, or desire one at all. It makes you think, doesn't it? I mean, like, the article, it doesn't really offer, like, any, I guess, resolutions to the situation. But I mean, it makes you think. Because, like, it's all about information flow, isn't it, really? And I think in the grand scheme of things, we've not, as humans, if you think about the way that we've evolved over the last few thousand years, it's only a very, very, like, recent development that we've been able to sort of reason with each other from, like, very, very far away from each other, i.e. on Twitter or on Facebook or wherever. If you think about it, that's, you know, we've had social media for, you know, in the form that it is now, we've had it for, like, maybe about a decade or so. And in the grand scheme of things, in like the history of, like, human reasoning, that's a very, very short amount of time. It's still a new tool. And we still don't know how to use it, and we're still learning. And what scares me is that we're sort of on this cusp of AI coming along and fucking it up even more. And AI could even further warp many people's perception of what truth is. Because as I was saying before, we sort of decide what is true based on what we feel, and then we work backwards from what we feel to find facts and reasoning to back up what we already feel. That's kind of what we do. And you will get some people who, like, even in the face of many, many, many arguments against what they feel, they will still not change their minds. And social media can make that even worse, because it makes it much easier for you to access things that back up what you already feel. So that kind of, like, splitting effect between one narrative and another is, like, magnified in the world of social media. I do think it's also important to remember, though, at the end of the day, that we're, like, it's most people aren't terminally online, and it's easy to forget that as a person who is terminally online. It's easy to forget that the vast majority of humans on Earth as a whole are not terminally online. The amount of people on Twitter.com is very low, and if you think of it in the grand scheme of things, like, a lot of people have Twitter profiles, but the amount of time they actually spend on Twitter, the terminally online people is actually a small percentage of people still, and that's good. And you have to sort of remember that in the grand scheme of things. But that's not to say it's not a massive problem that needs to be dealt with. But it's a tool. I think it's a useful tool, social media, because I think it's useful that people can communicate ideas with each other about how society should be run. But I think it's still a new tool that we don't know how to deal with yet. We don't know how to deal with, you know, the misinformation thing. We still don't know how to deal with that because we don't know who should decide what is misinformation and what's not. That's a question that nobody's going to ever be able to answer, is who should be the authority on who decides what's misinformation or not. And it absolutely shouldn't be some AI entity. It should never be AI that decides that, because then that's very dangerous. If we have some sort of black box AI algorithm deciding what's misinformation or not, then we wouldn't even know what the fuck's going on. We'd lose control completely. I don't know, I feel like we just need to slow down. It's like you can't get a government to have full control over something like Twitter. Because, like, you know, imagine a Trump government having control over Twitter, for example, or any government having control over Twitter and deciding what's misinformation or not would be freaking awful. I mean, like, what Twitter had before Elon Musk came along was essentially a board of people who decided what should be allowed on Twitter or not. There was a board of, like, investors, stakeholders, before Musk came along. And that's not perfect, obviously, but that was better than whatever Elon Musk is doing now. Because at least they were sort of moderating it in a way that made it profitable. And the way to moderate a social media platform in order to make it profitable is actually to not allow hate speech. Surprise, surprise. The way to moderate a social media platform in order to make people want to use it is to not allow hate speech towards marginalized communities that might be on that platform. Surprise, surprise. So, like, not allowing hate speech was actually a pro-capitalist way of running that platform, and Elon Musk has just completely ruined it. But either way, like, you've got to have these social media companies owned by private companies, unless you have them owned by the government, which I don't think would make them any better. They've got to be owned by someone who's deciding at the end of the day what the fuck free speech is and what should be allowed to be said or not. There's no way around that. There ain't no way around that, but I know what the answer is not, and that's Elon Musk deciding. I unfortunately can't actually delete my Twitter account. I mean, I could, but I use it too much to research things. I wish I could, but it's too useful for me to research things. So I don't really tweet anymore. At all, apart from the odd one where I'm like announcing that I'm live, but that's about it. There's just like no one uses it anymore in my sort of demographic. It's just a really shit place to be now. All right. What else have we got? What did I put in the title? Trump crypto scams. You can link fun stuff for me. You can put them in the Discord. This isn't the newest news, but Trump is pushing his new crypto scam today. I promise to make America great again, this time with crypto. World Liberty Fi is planning to help make America the crypto capital of the world. The whitelist is for eligible persons is officially open. This is your chance to be part of this historic moment. I need to go to that website. I wonder how they're doing. World Liberty Financial. Wow, what a great URL, guys. They couldn't even get anything more snappy than World Liberty Financial.com. Like, even I have typed that in wrong. I've just noticed. Me! A functioning member of society typed it in wrong. Shut up. Shut up, don't say. I am a functioning member of society. Get ready to be defiant. Reject. I live in the US. I live outside the US. Ooh. Ooh, options. What shall I say? By clicking this button, you certify that you are 1. Not a US person as defined in Rule 902K of Regulation S under the US Securities Act of 1933. And 2. Not accessing the site from the United States. Damn, I'm really not sure about that first one. I'm going to have to look up the US Securities Act of 1933 and scroll down to Rule 902K to really be sure what button to press here. God damn. Do I need to reference the Magna Carta right now? Are the FBI going to knock down my door if I click the wrong button? We got her. Boom. All right, what if I say I live outside the US? Oh, no, I have to connect my crypto wallet that I have, that I definitely have.
Hello, everyone. This
All
is
right.
your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, with some very exciting news. By popular demand, I'm doing a new series of Trump digital trading cards. You all know what they are. We've had a lot of fun with them. It's called the America First Collection. 50 all new stunning digital trading cards. It's really something.
wow.
These cards show me dancing and even me holding some Bitcoins. Here's the best part. I'm doing
No.
great things for my Trump digital card collection.
Is there a website for them? I think the last time he did this, I went on his website and it was a journey. Collectrumcards.com. I think it might be that.
First,
Oh wait, no, it says that there in big letters.
there's the real physical Trump cards. Purchase 15 or more of my Trump digital trading cards and we'll mail you a beautiful physical trading card. It's really, I think, quite something. Each physical trading card has an authentic piece of my suit that I wore for the presidential debate, and people are calling it the knockout suit. I don't know about that, but that's what they're calling it. So we'll cut up the knockout suit and you're going to get a piece of it, and we'll be randomly autographing 5 of them, a true collector's item. This is something to give your family, your kids, your grandchildren. Number 2 is to purchase 75 of my Trump digital trading cards, and you will also be invited to join me for a gala dinner at my beautiful country club in Jupiter, Florida. We
Jeez.
really have tremendous dinners with my collectors. Have a lot of fun together. We're gonna have a good time. I'm keeping my Trump digital trading cards at the same price of $99 each. We've done that right from the beginning. So go to collecttrumpcards.com. It's really easy to buy. You just need an email address and a credit card or crypto. You know, they call me the crypto president. I don't know if that's true or not, but
He's mewing in that photo.
crypto. You know, they
See that? Mewing.
call me the crypto president. I don't know if that's true or not, but
You know, the thing where they like the tongue.
a lot of people are saying that, so don't miss out. Go to collecttrumpcards.com. Go right now and collect your piece
It's an AI photo of Trump mewing.
of American history. Let's have fun together and enjoy my Trump cards. We're going to have a lot of fun. We'll be talking about it for a long time. Thank you very much. Have a good time.
Let the fight begin.
Oh, he's still doing the whole fight thing. Oh no, the first edition has ended now. Oh no. Oh, is that the same video? Oh, the gold trainers. Have dinner with. This is just the same as before, isn't it? I remember this is the same shit as before, but with more. It's the same website. It's the same like prizes as before, but just with a new skin. Basically, they've just generated some new AI images and they've just put them over the top of the old ones. I remember like this was one of the prizes that you could get before. You get to go to Mar-a-Lago and have dinner with Trump. Ooh. Can we just jam and vibe? What do you mean jam and vibe? I am getting a little tired. What shall we do? I do have to go to a baby shower tomorrow, and I have to drive to it. And it's going to take me like an hour and a half to drive to it. I have to be there for 1 o'clock, so that means I'm going to have to be up at like, I don't know, 9 or 10 a.m. Get ready and go. So I probably should go to sleep pretty soon. Shall we finish off the stream with a little bit of water? Cars in water. You know you want it. You know you fucking want it. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. And then I'll go to bed and I'll be a good girl and I'll get so much sleep.
Well, I say if my work find out about this, I'll fucking lose my job, I reckon.
No problem. Oh, oh dear. I thought they made it through fine.
I don't mind.
I love it when they think that they've made it through fine and and then it just stalls.
I don't mind pushing you if you want up the road.
I don't know. I wasn't going to go through.
No, I want to hear the rest of his reasoning. I wasn't going to go through, but then what? Can the Yaris make it? Oh, it's an Aris. Aris. It's an Aris. Aris. Now drift round that corner. Come on. Don't even check your brakes. Just drift round the corner. No problem. Chad Aris. Come on. Is it a higher lorry? Yeah, it's a higher lorry. You ain't getting your deposit back. You ain't getting your deposit back. You ain't getting your deposit back. What's this? Oh, they're hooking up the. They're just like hooking it to random things in the engine. Yeah, this thing is probably fine to hook it to this thing. That thing doesn't matter, does it? If it comes off, yeah, cool. Oh, did I just hear something snap? Oh my god, you're really going... Oh my god. This will be a higher van as well. You ain't getting your deposit back. Come on, mate. Oh no. The headlights are struggling and it's gone. It's gone. The Mitsubishi pickup truck. Oh man, oh my god. Oh, they might make it. They might make it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Ooh. Oh man, the tension. The tension. I can't take it. What's going on? What is that sound? What is that sound? Are there any mechanics in the chat? What's going on? Why is it farting? Why is it farting? It's called hydro lock. It's destroying the engine. Oh, it does not sound good at all. Water got in a cylinder and the water can't compress, so it breaks the engine. That does not sound good at all. Woo! And the headlights are struggling, and the headlights are gone. And we've stopped. We stalled. Can the Land Rover make it? No. Stalled. Stalled. Mercedes. Oh, failed.
Oh shit! I was waving. I like this when you went past. I did. Coming in the other side.
Oh, did she say she didn't realise it was that date? I didn't realise it was that date. I swear, I didn't realise it was that date.
Do they know what side you're at? Because a lot of the time they come the other side, then obviously not going to get through.
No, should I do this?
So this is the...
I sent them my actual location.
So like what, 3 words or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Just say
Oh, she's sending her what 3 words?
You want to get out of the vehicle to get you back
to the AA.
Right in it, you're.
Yeah, and luckily I got out of it.
That's it.
Yeah,
And obviously we're not insurance, so we can't...
What 3 words is it? Flood, fucked, shit.
Sit there and say yes or no because it's not our job, but majority of people get paid out.
Yeah.
But I can't say for everyone. There's no reason why, you know, if you're insured legitimately, which I imagine you are in a car like this, there's no real reason why they shouldn't pay you out.
Yeah.
However, they can always argue that you drove in and whatnot. So again, it's up to them. It really has nothing to do with us or even yourself.
Why would they pay you out for this? Why would the insurance company pay you out for this? It was your fault.
But the most important thing is you're okay.
Yeah.
No, wait, I have to see that again.
The most important thing is you're okay.
Yeah.
Whee! Rob.
Pull them out the flood. Just to get you from there to there, you should charge them 80 quid.
I charge them nothing.
Wait, 80 quid. 80 quid for someone to tow you out. Also, brilliant builder's bum. Just a split second of builder's bum there. Did you see the butt crack?
To get you from there to there, you should charge them 80 quid.
I charge them
TOS, guys.
nothing.
Oh! Oh, that hurts. Why are you not just letting it roll on the wheels? Why? That hurts to watch. Oh god, oh god. Ah. Ugh. That's 80 quid, mate. It's 80 quid. Oh dear. Oh, we regret that now, don't we? We regret that. Regrets abound. Get the hazards on. Yeah, we ain't going nowhere, baby. Oh, another white van. Stickleback fish. That stickleback fish ain't going nowhere. What's with all the vans? This is a van compilation. GBP. Stuck in the water. It's a metaphor. For the economy. Way. Matte black van, no problem. Or is it? Oh man, I would pay money to see the Rabo van try and get through this. Super van, self-drive, another hire van. You're not getting your deposit back. You're not getting your deposit back. You're not getting your deposit back. 7.5 tons of fucked. The people carrier. Will it make it? Will it make it? Nah.
Foot and a half.
These van drivers, they're just full of confidence, aren't they? Connecting utilities on time, but not this time, baby. Come on, you little citron. Oh, we've lost the number plate. They're not stopping to get it back on. They don't. Oh, I think they might have noticed that it came off.
Bloody hell. I think it's your under tray, mate, that's driving.
Oh no, not the under tray.
All right.
Put it in a ditch a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, just trying to write it off at this point. Oh.
Just take it off, mate. That's not going to stay on. You're going to get on the motorway, it'll come straight back on. RM contractors, what we saying, bro? They got a cheer, they got a cheer, they got a cheer. Or is it a fail? Oops.
Bruh, 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 bruh.
What is this? It looks like an old school. Oh, it's gone. A transporter, VW transporter. Oh, it's a bimmer. And it gave up. Oh no, he had to climb out. Where's he gonna go? Where's he going? Where's he going? Oh, the shame, the shame. His jeans are all wet. Will he make it? Will he make it? No, the way they get right to the end and then it just, whoop! No, no. Uh-oh. Oh, it's Grandad. Grandad's driving. This is not a good sign. Taking it nice and slow. The tension is killing me. Oh, did Grandad make it? He's gonna make it to bingo in time. He's gonna make it to bingo in time. Let's cheer. Aww. £80. £80, mate. It's call out fee. It's £80. It's call out fee. Oh. Oh, the number plate's gone. The number. Oh. Oh my God! The learner. Whoa! What happened here?
Yeah, we've got just one bloke who's over the steering wheel, mate. He's alright. You can't open the windows.
What the fuck? Imagine that being your driving lesson.
Yeah, he's on his phone. He's alright.
I'll get you out, yeah? Just stay where you are.
Mate, you've failed.
I can't hear you.
That's a major on your driving test.
Can't open the window.
That's a major.
Yeah, stay where you are.
Get yourself out.
Give me your phone. Give me your phone. Don't fuck the key. Throw the key. Get rid of the key. You don't need the key. You can't. Give me the phone. Seatbelt off, yeah?
Do you want me to help?
I thought we might be able to start the car.
Is he on the phone to the fire brigade, is he, or something? Yeah, I don't know. Right, so you've got ambulance on scene and fire service on scene. Get out of the car, mate. Come on, quickly. They're on scene. You've got the fire service.
He's just chilling. He's cool.
Right, there's a step. Leave the door, leave the door. Mate, there's a step up here. He's out of the car now. There's a step up, mate. There's a step up. Big step up. No, it's not right.
Fucking hell, man.
I've got your phone and stuff. Come this way, there's an ambulance. Come to the ambulance, you're going to be in shock. There's an ambulance this side. Don't worry about this, it's not important. You're more important. You're more important.
Oh, bless him. Can't park there, mate. Oh dear. No, that's not happening. That's not happening.
Start, you're going to make it worse because you're not hard enough. You're not killed your car in a minute. You keep starting it, you're going to kill it.
So that's why I'm just going to tell you, don't leave it to them now.
This is the same guy with the waders on,
I know
isn't
it's
he?
not, but in a minute you've not killed it. Right, so don't start it.
Is he just a volunteer? Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! This car has already been through some shit. What's this car already been doing before now? And now he's like, fuck it, I can make it through this. This is nothing. This guy's already been off-roading in some sort of mud bath and he thought, this is nothing. And yeah, he was wrong. He was wrong.
Let's go.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god! Pull me up, mate! Pull me up!
That's only rear wheel.
The way he keeps trying. You're getting no traction. You're getting no traction. Just accept it that there is no traction. Oh, he's going for it. Oh man. Climate change, eh? Why is climate change happening? It's not because of this, no. Mate, your diesel is just it's going to waste. It's not cheap right now. Have you heard of the cost of living crisis? We do not have the money right now to be revving like this. It's futile.
Are you getting wet now, yeah?
I think it's futile to even attempt to, stop water from entering the exhaust right now. Anything is futile at this point. This guy is just an idiot.
Don't come flying back and crash into the back of me.
Hey babe, my revving worked in the end, babes. You see, it wasn't pointless. You see, it worked in the end. No, that was all me. That was all me. It was nothing. It was nothing to do with the other car.
Take me out. Wow.
Oh no. Oh, they've ruined it. It's ruined. It's ruined. Okay, this thing stands no chance. What is this, a Ford Focus from like 1998? a Ford Fiesta from 2002. Either one. Same thing. What the laugh? Come on, mate. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. Oh no. Like right in front of some like old British ruins from like the medieval age as well. Just like perfect modern versus versus medieval. Beautiful, beautiful. No.
Bit too fast there, mate, I think.
Like, exactly 2 foot of water you just drove into. You knew that because the fuck it and the fuck around and find out ruler was there to tell you how fucked you were going to be if you tried to find out, and you still fucked around anyway.
Put your handbrake on.
Who are you, blokes, from the press?
No, well, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Who are you? The press? Yeah, we are, mate. We're the press.
Yeah, it's like freelance, yeah.
Oh, what are you doing in videos?
Just keep it to myself, to be honest, mate. Yeah, don't, I won't go anywhere, mate.
Yeah, mate. It's not going anywhere now. You say, no, nobody will see this. 447,000 views.
It's just
a bit too fast. You've been slower, you've been alright. Yeah.
Well, I say if I work find out about this, I'd fucking lose my job, I reckon.
Somebody call Cadent your gas network and let them know that the man who's driving BC66JWP is driving the work van straight into 2 feet exactly of water. And it failed. Oh! No.
Good?
It's the same guy with the curly hair. He's there for everyone, through thick and thin.
No, don't do that because you'll break it.
He loves it. He loves the drama. He's just there for the drama. Hot tub assist. Who's not getting their hot tub service today? Somebody's not getting their hot tub serviced. The romantic evening is ruined. Oh no, they go. They're off. They're off. They're fine. They're fine. Oh no, wait. Is the engine sponge fucked?
Don't get a microfiber.
We've got the kitchen roll out.
Try that, mate. It might throw up a fault.
Extra absorbent. Oh no.
Waiting for the rain, couldn't we?
Oh, not another bimmer. It couldn't happen to anyone better than a bimmer, honestly. Not a bimmer.
Yep.
Oh, that didn't sound good. Oh no! Wait, do bimmers not have like an actual towing hook on the front? What if they hook that onto? That bitch just came right off. Is it attached to the actual fucking wheel? How? Why? How? Do they not have a towing hook? Why? Oh, it's having a little wee wee. It's having a little wee wee. Reminds me, I need a bit of a tinkle, but I'll go after this. It's making me need to piss. Oh! He got a little bit... Oh, is that Builder's bum? I don't know. That might just be his belt. I thought we got a sneaky peek then. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Ooh! Oh, nice. I'm sleeping after this, all right? Beautiful. Beautiful chain of events. We love to see it. Oh! Oh! A cardo! It's a cardo! Someone's not getting their avocados delivered from Waitrose. Some very middle class family ain't getting their delivery. They ain't getting their grocery delivery.
Engines of these things are fucking low.
Someone ain't getting their herbal teas tonight. I don't know why they do that. Why don't they just let it? Why don't they just let the wheels roll? I don't understand why they do this thing. Just to torture me? To torture me? Oh, poor Mazda.
We've got a tow rope if you want to get pulled out to the side.
Have you got one in there? I think, you know
Yeah.
what? Well, I've got water coming in there anyway, so.
Right.
Oh. Oh dear.
That's got to be one of the most foolish things I've done.
Oh, you think?
Oh, this is wet still.
Does water come out now?
Yeah, when he turns it over, it'll all spray out the top.
Ooh, let's see.
You ready?
Yeah. Woo!
Keep going. You got to go till it stops.
Battery dead? Yeah, something. Dead battery.
Dead battery.
I love this spurt, the little spurt. Ah, nearly made it, nearly made it. Oh, that sound. That poor little Golf. How will the Volvo do? What's that, an XC90? Yeah, it's fucked.
It should pull out easy enough. Yeah.
How's the Renault doing? Yeah, it's also fucked.
I can pull you out, mate, but I'm going to be a few minutes till I have to go round.
Eddie, help you do
Okay,
I'll drag it, mate.
Yeah,
Mine's there, isn't it? So
yeah, we'll get you out.
I'm not going anywhere. Stuck. Stuck.
He's stuck, mate. He's stuck.
We need you to push as well.
It's this same guy. I swear, this is his full-time job. The curly-haired guy. This little boy, all he wants to be doing is playing Minecraft, and you're making him push his dad's fucking car barefoot out of a fucking pond. He'd rather be doing the exact same thing in Minecraft, but with lava. The kids yearn for the tow trucks. And that curly-haired guy is always there. I think he's making a fucking killing out of all this. Honestly, if he's charging them every time, all he needs to do is hang around these flooded areas on UK roads with his tow truck. And he just makes a fucking killing. Anyway, that was fun, wasn't it? That was fun, wasn't it? Who else is streaming that we can raid out to? What are we thinking, guys? What are we thinking?
In 2019, a glacier...
Oh. What we thinking? What we thinking? I have all of these people that I follow, but like I don't know what you guys want. What you thinking, guys? What you thinking? No Caroline Kwan. Yeah, the very small streamer, Moist Critical, needs those viewers. Needs them. Look, he's got zero viewers right now. Very small streamer there. Adios. Rhizome. What are we thinking?
Before we end tonight's chat.
Oh, he's ending again.
I would like to talk to you about Lake Pinure and the drilling accident.
I swear, I nearly raided him last time as well, and he was ending. I swear. It was him, right?
They drilled into somewhere and...
Bloody Scots.
Literally emptied it. Emptied a whole lake because they drilled into it. Just no pain. They didn't... Anyway, we'll find out. But I was fascinated by this story when I was told about it.
This was once the shaft of the Jefferson Island salt mine.
This is one of these things I saw on TikTok, and then I went away and looked it up and found videos and shit about it.
Caroline Kwan, you're saying?
Well, it's because of the economy and the way our viewing habits have changed. Low and mid-budget films used to do well in past decades because there wouldn't be as much to watch on TV readily available, so people went out to theaters with the intention of seeing whatever was playing. It was also a common place to hang out. Now, people are going out to look for other forms of entertainment because watching movies can be easily done at home, and at much lower of a price. Inflation played a big part in this. The rising ticket prices have made going to the theaters much more of an event. A couple or family have to spend
Spooky
upwards
season.
of $50 for one movie night,
Yeah,
where
insane.
instead they could spend $10 for a month of
I
streaming.
am planning on
Because of
playing
this,
a
many
spooky
people decide
game.
to wait out a film's theater run to watch it for cheap at home on a streaming service or just pirate it. And
At some point during this month, I am. Oh, look who it is! That's Tim. I am planning on playing a spooky game at some point. So yeah, I shall do. I will get in the spooky season mood. I am sort of thinking about doing a DJ stream as well, but like playing, I don't know, like metal songs, I guess. Spooky season theme songs if I just do a DJ stream. So yeah, there are a couple of ideas I have flowing around. But yeah, enjoy this anyway. Thanks for joining me. This was fun. Love you, and I will see you next time, whenever that is. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Raid, you bitches. Raid.
In cost as well. So you go to rent the latest big Disney movie and it's going to cost $30. So you go, okay, I guess maybe I should just go, it should just be something